So, hello, good morning. So, just to continue following up on the activities of our social and political program, we will continue now with the presentation of Mr. Luis Adrian Quiroz, and we have called it the OCS as facilitators of care provided to people living with HIV. Mr. Luis Adrian Quiroz is currently a manager and founder of Beneficiaries Living with HIV, beneficiaries of the Mexican Social Security Institute. He is the president of Health, Rights, and Justice Civil Association. He's also a co-author of several publications, including The Guide of the Participative Patient. He's also responsible for retroviral and people with HIV projects, and also care to provide prophylaxis pre-exhibition and exposure. He's a assistant professor of Escuela Libre de Derecho on health law. He has diploma courses, pharmacovigilance, pharmacology, sanitary laws as well. So we're really honored with the participation with Mr. Luis Adrian. Thank you so much for joining us today, and we'll pass the floor to you. Hello. Um, Good morning. I think that is very important as well. So next year, this is what we're trying to do. The Social Security Institute is still just in need of just really helping us. Yesterday, we did not have our presence because we were not able to be here once more, despite the fact that there's a MIPA policy where UN/AIDS states that they need to be present in all the decision making related to people living with HIV. The IMSS is still having issues with this process. We still need to continue fighting and struggling to be present. So I would like to ask you to please stand up. So we're gonna be here with here we are just recognized in a moment of silence with Mr. Um, the former deputy of Aguascalientes. He was killed, and this is something that is relevant for all people in Mexico because the justice he was fighting just to make sure for the state to recognize him as a non-binary person. We still see a lot of hate practices from a lot of people against his work. So we were talking about just people with diversity. Sometimes it is difficult to connect. We know that members of just we also try to be queer as possible. He was queering, he was a queer as well, and also to just work with the significance of everything that we do. So I believe that it is very important to just really pay homage to him. And I would like to invite you because his legacy needs to ensure that we have this agenda of sexual diversity. Just to make sure that everyone's rights are supported as well, and for the state to continue just somehow working on whatever they're doing. It is not possible that after 1 hour after he died and he passed away, they had already built the whole process. It's because the colleague that was killed a couple of months before that, Mr. Osvaldo, we did not have all of this. We're still just doing all of that. We know that this is a state crime and that we still need to recognize and this is a crime that is punishable here at the state. So we're going to clap for 1 minute just to pay homage to this justice. Thank you so much. So, well, what is the IMSS? The VVIMS is a community grassroots organization that is created as part of the framework, and it states that beneficiaries may benefit to improve quality and lifestyle. We were a civil association. We needed to just enter from a different door, whereas beneficiaries, according to the legal framework, were able to just create this discussion with all decision makers. That's why we are a grassroots organization. We are made with beneficiaries who are persons living with HIV and who are part of the IMSS. Like I said, whenever we talk about this, we know that we're members, we are covered by the IMSS, and we're working to improve the comprehensive healthcare services, citizen participation, budgetary participation, supply chain of drugs. We manage that, and everything that is related to the legal framework of this institution. We always said that we have learned everything. We call ourselves IMSologists, meaning that we're experts on the Social Security Institute. One of our mottos is we do not ask for anything else that is not under the law. So once we understand how to interpret and construe the laws, that means that everything can take place. So it is important to make sure that this citizen engagement takes place so that we can keep on working with the Social Security members, because this is the type of effort that we're all taking. Our vision statement is to promote citizenship and survey full performance and enforcement of human rights. Our mission statement is to be recognized as change generators in the consolidation of a more equitable and fair community. To achieve our mission, we abide by the law and regulations related to health, in particular the General Health Law, IMSS Law, INAI Law, or the National Institute for Protection of Private Information, and everything that is related to people living with HIV. So for us to be able to fulfill all of our areas, we have around 40 laws that are related to the process of distribution, purchase, procurement, and others for people living with HIV. In addition to that, in addition to the provisions by the National Board for the Control and Prevention of HIV, we're also members. We are voting in the National Board and the Technical Secretariat, and we're part of CENICIDE. We have different programs. We have citizen surveillance, we have supply and chain of supply chain in general of drugs. So what have we done to be able to ensure that we provide a good health care to people living with HIV? From the very beginning, we started enforcing the social security law because we had a huge supply issue, and it was recurrent that from October to February there was a lack of medication. They were scarce in general, so we needed to understand how was the procurement process. But more importantly, what was the number of people living with HIV? In 2003, 2004, we had the law on transparency and access to information, and we just devoted ourselves to just fighting access through these applications and just really to identify how many people were at the IMSS. At the time, we were 11,400 persons at the time. So we were just really accessing information, not to get to learn about their names we just wanted to get into the stats. How many people are living with HIV? How many of them were going to each of the clinics and hospitals under the IMSS? So with these numbers, we were able to tell how was the procurement being done, and it was very interesting because the IMSS said that they had 11,400 beneficiaries. So when we started to make this count through the National Institute on Private Information, then we realized that with the data provided by the institution, it was 19,400 people. So we were falling short. We helped them create and develop this first database. They were not clear about how many people were living with HIV. And more importantly, they were buying medication not for 19,000 but for 11,000. That's why they did not have enough supply at the time in 2003, 4, 5. And then that's why we were just really putting our work in practice. It was quite fun to do all of this because after 2 weeks we made this public. Then the IMSS used our number and then they added 4 more cases. That meant that we had a totally different view of the situation and the way we would enforce the law. At the time, the population was just the baseline population for us to continue taking actions. And we were just thinking about how is it that we're purchasing and procuring drugs. And we decided that unfortunately, we're still having these practices where we have this consumption on a monthly basis, and we would just estimate the base of beneficiaries in the IMSS, and it was a recurring situation where after we work with the supply and procurement department, they would just drop 20% because the procurement law allows to have over purchase with 20% in addition to that. So what they try to do is that since no one is complaining, there are no indicators on lack of supply, it was very easy to just drop and cut those 20%. So once we got there, then we 20% would be removed out of that 20%. So once they got centrally, then they would cut it out, and then in the end, they would just buy and procure drugs. Those of us who dare to just somehow complain with a prescription with a name and signature, the process was absolutely different. But after stigma and discrimination that we suffer as people living with HIV, well, most people usually rather stay quiet, anonymous, not to be recognized, with a low profile, and that would create the perfect situation and the perfect pretext not to get all of this medication bought. So we started just really just they called our complaints emblematic because only with one case now knowing and learning how many people were given service in the hospital next door, then once we got a complaint we could tell how many people could be lacking their drugs. So with that complaint we were not just fighting for that person having issues, we were fighting for everyone. We were representing them, all of these persons under this situation of lack of supply. So information is power. And that's how we started discovering a series of circumstances, let's say mistaken procurement, or sometimes laboratory were not performing specific generics laboratories. So all over the years, what we have been doing with this database, we know that year after year it is being updated. We continue to work jointly with the supply department of the IMSS. We just make sure that all of the procurement is done as it should be. And today we already have a program with the Social Security Institute in this management where we have an online platform where we can see all of the prescriptions, and all of that is due to the work that we have been doing over the past years. So things are not done for free. This is a process that we have just to ensure everything that we do. It is part of the supply chain. We need to change our regulations, and also we work with citizens, and with this we govern the budget, because at once what we do is that we make sure that the HIV budget that needs to be reminded is that we know that the Social Security gets a global budget. We cannot label them because of trust. We just want to get all the medication bought in due time and form for everything that we have in the Social Security Institute. In addition to that, another thing that we did was that we started really working in improving healthcare services through complaints once again, because that and the database that had been created, in addition to the technical clinical knowledge that we had since we were part of the committee that was just developing all of this, then we decided that we could start documenting, and more importantly, to start just putting a name and a last name, meaning we were just putting out um, and pinpointing every single flaw in the system, and that helped us improve a lot of things that we continue to improve on a daily basis. That is something that is on an ongoing basis. We're working with the Social Security Institute, and sometimes it is difficult. And even on top of that, we add stigma, discrimination from people who are service providers. Then, of course, we're going to generate even an additional problem on top of that. Many of them may be great clinicians, great technicians. However, if they have prejudices for persons living with HIV, of men having sex with other men, then that's where things start going downhill. And we still just really try to find a good way to deal with people, and not because of the technical and clinical issue that could be taking place or that we could be facing. So we have also had an influence in terms of training, beneficiaries, healthcare professionals. Today we're working with the Transparency and Social Security program in a model that we proposed in the different meetings that we had. We had Mr. David Rasu as well, and so we were with Mr. Belarca as well. He was also responsible with the HIV. So we were also working as well. And when they got to IMSS, then we were able to ensure all of this training that we've had, just virtual, hybrid in different civil organizations, just to make sure that we can generate discrimination and many more things as well. With just retirement and other things, we had tradition, and we know that year after year they need to work as well. We need to continue just retraining as well. A lot of things just to make sure that they don't have these issues related to stigma. So we need to have ongoing training with the whole staff so that we can make sure that this type of practices can just stop. And once more, our products are related to how we train users, just to make sure that we work with the clinical assistance. Why is it important to make sure that we still have disease prevention? And more importantly, now that we have comorbidities, how can we get there on time to make sure that these processes take place? How can we really make them understand what is the importance of viral charge? And these are the basis just to diagnose all of these comorbidities as well. And two more things to ensure life quality, but more importantly, timely diagnosis, just to make sure that everything that we have, that we need to just really have all of these comorbidities and medication and what else, and with the complications that may take place if they are not diagnosed on time. So we may be sometimes seeing that there are being some cutouts just so that they can save a little money, but we're still working to prevent that kind of thing. So we're doing evidence-based influence. We have a lot of requests to have access to information. Today we have a network of informers. They just provide us with information, and that way we can tell that there are a lot of things that are going on, and that's where we actually work because we want to improve a lot of processes. And yesterday we were in Nuevo León, we were just really just talking about what the social work is doing as well. We were saying that we were not really providing treatment in OAT Nuevo León, and literally, again, I was I could not keep it to myself, and I was talking to the OAT man, and I told them that they had this in Mexico City. They had the HIV with Mr. Vega just to make sure that we could work with this, and we had this deadline. And on December 15, we needed to do this. We needed to have this 3-month medication physical for people living with HIV in Nuevo León, the social security process. We do not like to break glasses. We need like to generate actions to change public policies. Why? Because I think that's the best way to grow. For that reason, the motto of the communities that are at the forefront when making decisions, it's been 20 years since we have done that, and many times we are there, but we do not like stars. We like facts, and we like to make sure that care is provided according to the law, according to the Social Security Institute, and more importantly, how we improve the institution in general according to Section 1 of the Constitution to make sure that there's care with no discrimination regardless of the sexual preferences or health conditions to provide everything but any sort of discrimination or hurdle to allow access. We have taken actions to make sure that there is a defense and promotion of human rights. We have an emblematic complaint because confidentiality in hospital number 27, the Social Security Institute in Mexico North, where the confidentiality of over 203,000 people was violated to modify the environment as well. And they published the names, the full name of the Social Security Institute as well. And this was just violating this law on transparency. And we see institutions, and we know that we need to make sure that there's enough secrecy of information. And this is how we thought that it was this such terrible day working with the Human Rights Commission because they did not want to get into these recommendations. Dr. Santiago Levy said he didn't like the National Commission, and when they left, this was the very first recommendation that the IMSS accepted, and they accepted it, Mr. Fernando Flores, where they would generate a different model, and we would be like, yes, this is it. And then the next month, through INAI, we were thinking about what were the actions. We had a file of over 2,500 pages. Those 2,500 pages had stamps of receipt. They just stamped. There was no action of training, improvement of. There was not even a brochure or anything. Unfortunately, just 2 years after that, we were in the Zone Hospital number 53 just to work with patients of Texcoco, and we were just really doing all of that because they were in the hospital of Zone 53 to move patients around. It was really fun because days before that, the coordinator, who was the wife of the union leader, he was having a lot of fun, and he was thinking, you know what, we do not care about what the beneficiaries do because I have all the power. It was very interesting because we were going through a new administration, and then Mr. Monideswan, he was responsible for this liaison, and they took immediate action. So what they did is that they just fired everyone at the institution. This is the very first time that a Mexican director undertakes a commitment to prevent damage or violation on something that took place in the past. This was recurring, and it was very important because that's where the HIV of the Social Security Institute took place. It was part of our patients' organization as well, and Mr. Molinar Casitas, he was having everything just very interesting as well. And the whole care model that we see in the Social Security was just built based on Mr. Molinar Casitas. So what happened is that in our case, working with HIV, that was very useful. And that's the reason why we believe That's where we start seeing the transformation of social security. That's where we see comprehensive. That's how we see the creation of programs that are part of the structure of Social Security Institute. We have HERA program. This is the retroviral assistance. In addition to that, we're going to set the grounds to have this control tower, meaning that group of experts that develop nowadays the guidelines for those high cost medications that are very specific but certain type for a certain type of people. All of that is part of this process. So this is part of everything that we have been doing over this past 20 years with CONAPRED, and we have also filed a lot of homophobics complaints, transphobia, and we would like to just make sure that there are over 20 conciliation processes with CONAPRED and other commissions, and with our commission as well. Unfortunately, this is part of a fact that is absolutely um, part of the infringement of all rights. And then we realized that Miquel Larreola, he reached an agreement with CONAPRED. He had a macro online training that never took place, and many of the things that had to be addressed were left for that training, but it never took place. So every time we have a new general director, we need to start from scratch. Because sometimes we may have people who are fully proactive, in the case of Mr. Molinar, in the case of Mr. Robledo, but we also have complex homophobic people, as in the case of Miquel Arreola. We have this motto in the organization where we say that we are like humidity, meaning once we get there, we're like mold. We cannot be removed. We will continue to be there. And today we have coined a new phrase. Over the next years, you're going to leave. We are going to stay. We're here to stay. And that's key because that's the message that we're trying to just share with everyone. So that's what we need to continue just building, promotion as well, and that's what we're trying to discriminate with what happens. In 2004, we had this great event in La Raza Medical Center. We were working as well with the General Hospital as well. In La Raza Hospital, we were just really combining the different beneficiaries. This was highly important. We reached our goal. We trained over 400 people. This was an event that took place in December the 1st. This was the very first event conducted by the Social Security Institute. And the next year, we were repeating all of this in the medical center La Raza. And we had this motto that we realized that was related to sexuality. So we started just really having this sexuality in general, and it was highly interesting because we just started just ensuring that the organization would take place, and it became literally a topic of general reference where a lot of stakeholders also took part in this forum as well. So again, we did not have the required conditions to buy and supply medications. This was some sort of complaint based on that. Unfortunately, we're still thinking about Ricardo Aviles in the General Hospital as well in La Raza, and this is a type of way to make sure that we have all of these processes. This was part of what happened in the General Hospital in the area number 27, where we were violating confidentiality, the lists that we have. As part of the Molinar event in Tlaxcala, for the very first time, we left it as people with HIV as part of the network that we have nationwide, with all of the medical benefits, the supply coordinators, and then based on the Trinidad meeting, we created the HIV program in the IMSS, meaning there's a before and there's an after that took place, and this is highly important. Why? Because this is going to lead us to this HIV as part of this specific program. So again, during the first year of work, we asked the IMSS Oportunidades, the, the head of that program, Dr. Cabral, we told him to finance a meeting in Metepec. And it was very interesting because we convened, it was a meeting of about 26 organizations. We were there together to train them. What was the focus as well? In Social Security, specifically based on the regulatory framework. And we have that model of attention as well, that is in care, which is a little bit different. It uses the use of people living with HIV. We are about to finish. This is part of the notes that we have. And again, this is what we have been doing, and we are still immersed in the IPEP and EPREF as part of public policies. And we are working with just to make sure that we're going to have this availability in less than 24 hours for the APRED services, and with the Medical National Center in Hospital La Raza for infectology, for us to be able to have 6 doctor's office to start with the fast track in less than 24 hours. We have this model where we were just seeing the supply of medications, specifically supplying medication to people with no social security. And with all of these issues, we just needed to go out to the streets just to make sure that there was a demonstration and that everything was done, just by ensuring with this action that literally we would just really um, do this demonstration for over 6 hours. And also, what we did was that the state recognized that they bought antiretroviral, and the HIV topic lasted a couple of days, even 2 weeks, in the morning conference by the president. Then we were able to push the procurement of retroviral medications, and despite COVID, in 97%. And also because of these actions that we have also put in place, sometimes we need to just really improve everything that we have today. We have this platform in the Social Security Institute that ensures that in real time you're able to see the supply of all of that. We have 99.4% as term of supply. Well, we still need a certain percent to close the 100%. We still have the tools that are going to help us. This has been part of the work that we have been doing since the IMSS. We are part of a lot of aspects. We need to make sure that Social Security could cure hepatitis C. We had an action. This was one of the main advocacy as well. And we had the homophobic Miguel Arreola. Even though he was not really concerned about this, he started just acting just to make sure that this care was provided. We used macroeconomic tools just to prove that at this time, with the price of the medications that we had already agreed upon with the state, we could just make sure that there was the purchase of medication. It was more expensive treating than not treating. So how is it that we used pharma economics to do that? Well, he has an evil devil face. He said that there was no commitment to make sure to get this commitment from them, but it was something that we did. We made sure that in record time we would have hepatitis C as well. Somehow I am diagnosed with hepatitis C and I was infected as well. But yes, that's how we do it. We have hepatitis C. We have part of the progress and action that we have, and we just recognize that there are no generic medications. COFEPRIS had already authorized uh, this generics fumarat medication, and we were just really trying to get that. We just modified this procurement, and also we saw this differentiated keys. This is specifically for this innovative. some pharmaceutical activities as well, and this is one of the topics that we also pushed forward. So we have been working with the authorities for the timely delivery of medications to all people living with HIV as an inclusive right. That also takes place with the pandemic, and today is a reality. So, in what's in Nuevo León, the state, we're still just fighting to get that done. We work day after day to make sure that this is delivered to people living with HIV. We're still working in implementation IPREP and APEP, along with the General Directorate. Last year, we were also just um, demonstrating, and again, with Javier was the head of what in Michoacan. We relaunched the PrEP program. We had amazing results, and today we are building the care model for OATS or OATS, and with Michoacan as well, Michoacan State, so that they can just start generating actions consequently, specifically for sexual diversity and to make sure that rights are mainstreamed. Today we are creating campaigns. This is Infórmate y actúa, meaning get information and act upon it. So this is to educate and give updates to people living with HIV. This was also submitted and presented to the whole healthcare system. We're still looking for logos. Their communication may be very bureaucratic. And with all of this, what we're doing is that we need people to understand what to do whenever I get Social Security or whenever I am diagnosed. All of these steps are related to the regulations of the institutions. So what we have done has been just explaining everything in plain language with less steps. We have proven this and it works really nicely. So this is also helping professionals, HCPs, because they did not have any sort of document to make sure that this process would take place. So today we're still contributing to these actions. What to do if I was just diagnosed with HIV? This is the vaccination table that we have, and we're just really trying to expand this for BPH and people who live with HIV up to 59-year-olds. Today, this is something that was released on the press for human papillomavirus, HPV, and vaccination until people living with HIV is 59 years old. So that means that we're still fighting and making this possible. So I would like to invite you to please go to the microsite where you're going to be able to get the infographics. You're going to be able to disseminate them. This is going to be very helpful. And again, this is very, very useful for us to convey and share knowledge and to continue working assertively with institutions and to make sure that people living with HIV get care. Sorry, I forgot to put my contact information. I can share it with you. I usually forget about the last slide. All right, thank you so much. Yes, I can share everything. Thank you.
Please, a round of applause for Professor Luis Adrian Quiroz. Thank you very much. For sure, the work to do is, nothing without us and anything with us, has to be one of the main objectives of a civil society and, impact directly with this third sector and try to turn the public policies to the needs that we have as civil society. Thank you very much, Professor Luis Adrian. I would like to give you a recognition for your great work and participation in this Congress, which is signed by signed by Dr. Gabriela Borrayo and our General Secretary, Professor Alvaro Velarca. Thank you very much for your participation. Now let's go on with our program. I'm going to share the mic with Professor Vanessa Storlinovsky, head of research of this Inter-American Conference on Social Security, to introduce our next speaker. Thank you very much, Sylvester. Thank you very much, Dr. Jose Noé Rezoa Mesica, researcher on health from the conference. Well, as usually, Noel, well, I have the honor to introduce our next speaker. He's Professor Miguel Marcia Murcia. He's an historian of science and humanity, a science and technology teacher in Latin America in the Faculty of Philosophy and Letters of UNAM. He is the director of Saberes, a magazine on science and humanities. He has worked on science, particularly HIV/AIDS, and the scientificization of studies of the human body. He's a great defender of human rights. Welcome, Professor. Thank you very much for being here. And the floor is yours. Thank you. I'll be here. Thank you very much. I want to start by thanking the organizers of this Congress. It seems to me that this kind of spaces are necessary continuously, and sometimes, it was a long time that we didn't have Congress in this country regarding HIV. And being here is an extraordinary opportunity to talk and share with each and every one of you those ideas that have been arising a long time after sometimes of working by advocating human rights and a little bit doing work from my professional activity as a student of history of science, and among those sciences, I'm interested in knowing how knowledge on the HIV pandemic has been so important within our societies, and it has turned it or transformed it in a fundamental way. Well, in order to speed this a little bit up, I'll start by giving you the title of this presentation: Knowing and Acting Organizations of Civil Society and Access to the Right of Health for People with HIV in Mexico. A little bit of what Professor Luis Andrean Quiroz has told us about a few minutes ago, which in fact he didn't have time to continue talking about the things that they have performed from the Bedins. It had shown us how civil organizations have had a very relevant role during this 40 years, ever since the first case of AIDS were diagnosed. A little bit before, civil organizations were rising, and each and every one of them in the Mexico City and the States has had a very important role in describing what these organizations have done. Is not a simple thing, because we've done a lot. What Liz Adrian has just presented to us leads us to ask, well, they've done all this, the politic incidents, dialogue with the authorities, training of health personnel, the linking with beneficiaries, monitoring the medicines and the supply chain of medicine. So the question would be, how did he know he had to do that? Or how did he know to do that? I'll set it as an example, but this is the very same thing that has happened with all of the organizations at different levels, but also depending on the focuses of each and every organization. I think I can sum it up, and I will do it now. I'll sum it up. I'll sum the presentation up. It's about knowing what, who, and how did he know he did so, and why should we know what he knew. It didn't have to do with the organizations of the civil society and access to health. I think it is the other way around. The lower. Okay, sorry. Well, working in public schools. It's a so well. I'll start by reading this text, which was firstly read in 1989 in a forum dedicated to health. And in that forum dedicated to health, a person called Ricardo Cruz Ramos, living with HIV, he issued a little speech, and in there he would say, "We, the ill, want some peace and ease. Let us embrace and kiss ourselves. Let's get free of those leashes and masks and all those things." And then he was talking about the prejudice there were in sexuality, especially those that lived in that moment with HIV. And he would finish by saying, "What are we gonna do? We have to recover our lives. We don't know how to do it, but you don't either." But well, this is important to keep in mind, the recognition of the place where you are. In 1989, we knew very little about the pandemic. Both society and the people with HIV and the populations impacted by HIV, and even health personnel was not pretty aware of that. Now we still know a little bit, very little about HIV. We have been able to stop the COVID 19 pandemic, but we still need a vaccine for HIV. So we still need to know how or which mechanisms can we produce or a functional cure for the infection. Um, in order to talk about this topic of what the civil society knew or has known and how they built that knowledge, I would like to first have a very schematic review of what has been the right of health protection. The right for health protection shall be understood as something that has been addressed from different approaches. It is difficult from our position that the right of health was not always recognized, but recognition has been pretty recent. Most of our history as a country, the focus of health was assistentialism. It was a heritage of religious monopoly in the colony time. In the 19th century, there was a state that wants to constitute itself and creates public institutions little by little dedicated to health. But even them, they're going to have a very essentialist way to talk. Some of the things that they're going to do is like they are going to worry about health like a collective right. We have vaccination campaigns in the 19th century to prevent diseases, and there will be strategies to identify diseases in child population in elementary schools through the revision of professors and teachers, and taking these kids to health institutions. This focused on collective rights, that is to say, how we can protect the population from an epidemic problem that would come in that time. Later on in the 20th century, in health, we can begin to see it as a right linked to a labor relationship. In 1943, we had the idea to give health to those that are working because it is necessary that they continue working and producing. But it's not until very recently when the right focused on people starts to be regulated and included in the regulations and laws of a country. This leads us to think that health is a historical concept, that is to say, the different circumstances among those, the people and society are considered themselves, determined how the health is defined too. Well, then, in the first reference of health in the political constitution of Mexico, it was in 1980, with a reform of the fourth article that would include the text that parents would say that have the right to seal for the physical and mental health of children. We were not talking about all people, but it was until 1983 that we have this amendment that is still until now that every person has a right to be protected on her on their health. And related to this, we are still missing some steps to make this right to protection of health would be effective. For example, it was like until 97 when we had effective treatment access for institutions of social security. So it was until the other day, the day after, with the IMSS and East were granting these treatments to people with HIV, but people that did not have social security were not able to have these treatments. It was until 2004 when we had these antiretroviral treatments, exclusively medicines in the last years through Ensavi and this process of the creation of IMSS. What we want is to give attention to all the people with HIV among the retroviral medications. Between these last years, we have had access to PrEP and PEP by IMSS and INSTE. We still need to do a lot of things regarding this, but this gives us an idea of how, along the time, the way we perceive health has transformed itself. Now, having many involved people, we have the states, companies, people, citizens that demand attention, but we also have civil society associations too. So it is curious that in 1983, when the Constitution has amendment to include the right to protection of health, we also have the first AIDS cases. In 81, we had those in the United States, and in Mexico, they appeared in 1983. And when they arrive, what is going to happen is that we're going to face that the health system was not ready to give attention to this pandemic. First of all, because health was linked to a labor relationship, and we were not able to act generally whether it was stigma and discrimination. Nobody was aware of this, regarding AIDS and HIV and sexual diversity. So that was one of the things that we built as a kind of knowledge all along these decades, and society would reject sexual generic and maternal heterosexual expressions, and they would be marginated to only people, sexual servants or drug addicts. And on the other part, there were homosexual groups that would demand a stop in repression in Mexico and Guadalajara, and they would request that police officers would stop detaining them, and they would stop entering parties or discotheques. So those were pretty simple things that they were demanding, these homosexual groups that were organized. Then a little bit at the same time, these changes in the conception of health, there are some things that are key in order to understand how civil society has transformed all over these 40 years almost. I am going to offer a snapshot, which is not very good one. We cannot give a detail because of sake of time, but it would give us an idea on how we have moved as civil society. We have to talk about the emerging of associations against AIDS in the 80s. These organizations are going to come in two ways. On one side, there will be self support groups in hospitals where they attend people with HIV, and on the other hand, there will be people, for the first time, civil associations that it will include in their agenda fight against HIV/AIDS. In 1985, they have created the first homosexual organization or dedicated to help the needs of homosexual populations, and it was Calamo. And there is a little invitation to Calamo of their sexuality workshops, human rights, and the model of creating an AC was fundamental because it would allow us to have laws and those that existed to have a dialogue with the Mexican state, recognition of the rights that homosexual people would have in that moment. It was then written down in this or manifested in this organization. There were very many, like in 1989 was Mexicanos contra el SIDA, or the Confederation of Non-Governmental Organizations Against AIDS, that would group several organizations from Mexico City and other parts of the country that would search having political incidents work in order to have budgets and actions for prevention and spaces, informs about HIV, as well as to do the work that they had for prevention with their own means. In the 90s, I was saying this is a very gross image, but I promise we will be able to develop it later on. In the 90s, the mobilization of the community was pretty important, especially from the fact or that 96 when they have this discovery on the therapy, effective therapy to control HIV, because there are organizations like FREMPAVI, and I'm pretty glad that there are more. I can talk about Fred Pavi. She's one of her founders, Gina, and the work they performed along with other organizations was to boost the access of retroviral treatment access, so that it would guarantee people would not die so fast. They would prolong their lives and would enhance their quality of life. In the 20s or the 2000s, these organizations like FREMPAPI, but others that like Amigos contra el SIDO, Letter S or Letra S, or Mexican, well, they were able to make universal access to retroviral treatment for people that would need it either with or without social security. This up to now in 2004, most of the people that were suffering from HIV, if they had social security, they would be able to have a medication. Otherwise, they wouldn't. You know, there was a moment that where there was a fund to offer treatments and medications to people without social security, but it was like a big bad. It was a very long list, and those in the list would be receiving the medications. But in order to have somebody else to have this medication, somebody would have to die. So it was pretty restricted. So the work of own NOGs was paramount to change the scenario of the pandemic in Mexico. In these years, also, we were able to have the federal government to give budgets for actions of preventions done by NGOs. The work that NGOs had been doing, they started doing this due to these resources. By 2010, we had financial support, which was pretty important, from the World Forum Against HIV, Tuberculosis, and Malaria, that would allow to widen a little bit the actions of NGOs, even though it was a very deorganized way. And actually, the millions of dollars that arrived in here, most of them were, like thrown to trash. Many of the condoms were sold in the streets, outside the subway, or they were just sent to trash because there was no way for us to really distribute so many condoms. Nevertheless, the resources that the federal government would give and the World Forum found made these associations to grow up, and many others would want to stay with the money without anything, without doing anything. So the World Fund was one of the most tragical things that has happened to fight against AIDS in this country. In other countries, it has been beneficial, not in this country. So, generally speaking, we can say that NGOs do not have an homogeneous vision because they reflect the situation of a country. Each NGO has an idea of what they have to do and how they have to do it and whom they have to ally themselves. That's pretty complicated, and it's utopical to think that all NGOs are going to gather together for a single purpose. That doesn't happen, and sometimes there are some fundamental works that would uh, give it a chance to have the participation of many NGOs. But once the problem has been solved, each and every one of the NGOs has continued their path. So I think that we have to ask something different from a country that is so diverse too. NGOs are the result of a specific need and the sense of urgency. Nobody that is part of an NGO, well, those that were created in the 80s or 90s and the beginning of the 2000s. But in the beginning, no one that was part of an NGO or an NGO had no idea to be an activist of an NGO. Nobody wanted to do it. All those that added up to an NGO or a community based organization for self support. We did it because we had a specific need and with a sense of urgency. We all witnessed very close people dying, people close to us that were denied health services or that they were kicked off their work, or even ourselves. We were kicked off the work, or our family rejected us, or maybe they went there for our health center. They didn't want to give us any kind of attention, so that made us mobilize. NGOs have transformed to themselves, which has determined um, their dynamic, and they've been transforming all over these times. And depending on the time we're talking about, there will be a specific characteristic and a specific way to act. You know what I said, I anticipated this. They have had a very fundamental role in the transformation of the notion of right to health. And this is important. How have they done it? And I think this is what I am proposing. They've done it from knowledge. And knowledge has to be understood that a way to organize the data of the people that we have as a reality with the specific logics that would allow people to interpret their interactions with the external world. And I wanted to illustrate this beginning of this part with this magazine cover, which was created and circulated in Monterrey all over the time. So, AIDS, science, and culture. And in the front page, we have I already know. I live with the AIDS virus. But what did it mean to live with that AIDS virus? What did it mean to know and also do it explicitly? Well, besides that, there was another attitude. Yeah, that's a positive attitude that it has to do with the title of the magazine, the name of the magazine. And, I have to say that it's a magazine that has been fundamental, at least in a sector in Monterrey, Nuevo León, for the building of these perspectives on health and disease from their own experience and from a specialized knowledge. And I wish you could take a look at it. I think it is difficult to get, but there's an article that has been published, and it's of free access about this magazine. Before the need and the urgency, I believe there are several things happening. We had this interest in, in a consumption of specialized information. Organizations and people with HIV or under risk of acquiring HIV had this interest for finding specialized information and consuming that information, not only getting that information but also consuming it. Oh, so let's continue. Besides this interest and consumption, they produce something that could be called knowledge translation, because those that would read the knowledge, maybe sometimes in English or in Spanish, then they would talk to their peers and they would say, well, this means this, and I consider this is some sort of translation of knowledge that would allow us to have a redistribution of knowledge, because many people would just Xerox this material and would distribute it, and maybe for the magazines related to gay populations, they would have articles on AIDS, treatments, HIV, and there was a dedicated completely for AIDS that was called Amigos or Friends, and it was produced by Amigos Against AIDS, headed by Alberto Murillo, and it was sold in Sanborns. 5 more minutes? Well, I'm going to rush. I'm about to finish. No, 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 I understand. Time is a tyrant. And with these, they produced an appropriation of knowledge. With all these elements, they built communities of people with HIV or affected populations that were linked to knowledge. Given these limitations of scientific knowledge to face AIDS, we don't know, but you don't either, according to Ricardo's phrase, because nobody knew how to work with the pandemic and how to solve it. So before these deficient conditions of access to health, and given the incorporation or given the incorporation of experiences on the disease, people would incorporate their sexual desire and the fear, anguish, discrimination, stigma, and the way to interpret the disease, plus the circulation of the specialized knowledge. We produced something that I consider to be a worldly way, to popularize knowledge. The world made it its own, because we had a conceptualization on the disease that would be beyond a medical perspective and would force the incorporation in the public policies and health services. When Luis Adrian said, we knocked at the doors and talked to somebody, and we gathered with Monique Swan and the homophobic of Michael Arrela, that now he's at soccer, which is they call it karma. When that was produced, people were incorporating their knowledge and their experiences in the interpretation on the pandemic, and that was forcing a modification of the conception of the health services that would be required. And so notions like secondary effects or prophylactic and CD4 viral load, lipodystrophia, viral resistance against antiretrovirals, which are terms, medical terms that were part of the vocabulary of people with HIV and the organizations. You know, Along with that, we had the perspective of NGOs and people living with HIV, and that were concepts like the right of health without or regardless the socioeconomical position, regardless if I had or not these social security, whether where I lived or not in Nesa or Polanco, I would have to have a treatment free of stigma and discrimination. The people wouldn't care if I went there, if I have sex with men, women, or both, or if I have orgies or whatever. They don't care. I have the right to be helped, and a treatment free of stigma and discrimination. I have a right for a sexual pleasure, an effective relationship, the right to have children. Those are paramount rights. I remember that in the 90s, a doctor that would help me, I lived in Chihuahua, and he would say, be careful with spreading the virus, right? So that's what he would say, because they thought to be owners of the sexuality of people, and they still believe so. So we have very, very difficult times to have access to PrEP. But that is something that we have to continue doing. Concepts like quality of life, rights to have give an opinion on the treatments and their effects. Many times we would tell the doctor, well, this antiretroviral is terrible for me. I look at my face. I cannot even sleep. So what really happened is that the doctor would say, hold on. No. NGOs, from their experiences and knowledge circulation, have made these to be included, this kind of opinions, in the moment treatments are defined, the right to know about your health and therapeutical alternatives. This has become a patrimony of NGOs, but not exclusively of them. And with this, I'm going to finish. NGOs and populations with HIV participated in a disruptive process because they changed the traditional passive role of people away from the specialized knowledge, and they stopped being, objects on what medicine would work on, to become subjects that would be able to decide how medicine should act. They made specialized knowledge living and circulating patrimony. So there is the possibility to circulate and go. Many ONGs have, through social media, makes knowledge to be circulating and still being rebuilt and rethought. And they incorporated their everyday experiences in their rationalization on the disease and the health services. What I lived was part of what I knew. They built a new identity, that of people with rights. With those, they shaped the actions of NGOs in the demand of right of protection to health. Thank you very much. So thank you very much, Professor Garcia. Well, what a better way to have these talks, particularly Dr. Flores Garcia, for showing me or showing us how these civil associations can be agents of change. Just let's make a community. What's the slang? Let lead communities lead. So that's it. Let's communities lead. Let communities lead. Well, on behalf of the Inter-American Conference on Social Security and of course the IMSS, I want to give you a token for your participation. We are happy that you've been here with us, making us see all this great that you do from the civil society. Thank you very much. Well, now we have a little break. We have just consumed half of it, like at 2:10 in the afternoon. If Dr. Sandra Treviño, who's here with us, doesn't correct me, at 12:10, we're going to have the presentation of free works at the auditorium. Not here. We'll be back here at 1 o'clock in order to continue with the work in this session hall. We're going to have free works here. Well, we have a lot, so don't listen to me. We'll see like in 10 more minutes. Professor Miguel wants to say something. Just a little ad. Taking care for the forum, taking advantage of the forum and the mic. Well, in the last 2-3 years, we've been working with a team coordinated by Dr. Hector Salinas, Dr. Juan Carlos Mendoza, and myself for the production of a book which is called The social effects of HIV and AIDS in Mexico, 4 decades of pandemic. That book was published by the Faculty of Medicine of UNAM and the Association of Historians on Science and Humanities. And it's online. Look for it. It's for free access. Download it. Social effects of HIV in Mexico. Efectos sociales de VIH y SIDA en Mexico. Make this knowledge of your own. It's only 576 pages where we have 29 people working with it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hello? Hello? Well then. Well, yeah. I'll start by that very last part of your book. It's not your book, it's a book from several authors. It's a pretty good one. I read it a couple of weeks ago due to my thesis of doctorate. I introduce myself. I'm Rene. I'm from Ecuador. I live here in Mexico. I have a doctorate of public policies in Hidalgo. Your exposition was pretty interesting, both. They were pretty interesting, but I still have a question because I have not identified in the specialized literature about the topic of the rural Mexico, indigenous Mexico, where there are people of sexual diversity and where we have people with HIV. So I would like you to go deep a little bit more about the context of the Mexico that is outside the Mexico City and big cities of that Mexico where there are people with sexual diversity in places where Spanish is not spoken, where we have to walk long distances. Well, if you can give me more details on what the actions have been from the civil society uh, to have access to antiretrovirals and access to health. Unhappily or happily enough, in this degree of specialization, there are organizations that have specialized in that topic. We have Amaranta Gomez, who has done some work in indigenous communities, and it is because of these specializations, because it's people that have dared to do these processes in the communities. We have designed the public policy. Sometimes we cannot be at everywhere. So what we are not doing is warranting that people would take their 3 months of treatment actually due to those problems of they are so far away either with or without social security, and that warranties the right to health. I believe with this new trend of digital health we can generate actions to approach the communities, and then we are participating in transform help strategy, which is a global strategy, and that's what we want for Mexico. How we use telemedicine so that it would be focused on those communities in their own language, because that's a way we can actually give the communities also the knowledge within their own perspective and cosmovision. Sometimes it's pretty complicated to warranty the fact that a doctor would go to those communities. So I believe that we have that advantage with telemedicine and those new platforms of digital health to modify these processes. And then I will say it again. Now we have a lot of work with local organizations in Oaxaca. There are communities of mushes that work specifically with indigenous communities in Oaxaca, and they have become like specialized for those topics in that region especially. Thank you. Would you like to say something else? Well, no, for the sake of time, well, we can continue talking. So thank you very much, both. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this session of presentation and assessment of oral work reports. And during this International Congress of HIV, so I will kindly invite you to participate as listeners to these works that are of great quality. Today we're going to have a presentation of three works in this modality. For this, I will allow me myself to tell you that we have a presentation of each and every one of the speakers 10 minutes, and then a Q&A session of 5 minutes. And now in the Q&A sessions, we'll have the participation of our assessing jury and the people that are with us. For that, I will introduce the first work, family functionality and adherence to treatment. Please, doctor. Morning. First of all, I would like to thank student Raul Navarrete and the authorities that were with us for this event, as well as Camis and our CPA from our delegation, which is Morelos delegation. Now I'm going to present the work which is called Family Functionality and Treatment Adherence for patients having HIV from the regional hospital number one. We as family members, we consider that comes to the Latin root famulus, which means servant. According to the UN, that's a natural element and fundamental of the society and has a right of protection of society and the state. This part is an important one because family very rarely is considered when we talk about these diseases that are considered as paranormative diseases that are not part of the family functionality, normal family functionality within our problems. Remember that there are normative and paranormative problems, and a disease is called a paranormative problem, which goes beyond what we considered within a normality within the family. Within the family typology, one more. Well, within this typology, we can see that there are integrated, semi-integrated, nucleated families. So we can say that there are sometimes that they share bloodlines, and we also consider those families that do not have any bloodlines. So we can see that in Mexico we have families that can be integrated by two or more people within those without sharing any direct bloodlines. On the other hand, we were able to evaluate the family functionality about by using AGA. This will help us to have this integrated by the subunits and elements that mingle in a it's a way to evaluate consistently this part of the family consistency or functionality. On the other hand, we can see that we evaluate treatment adherence through adherence to retroviral treatment adherence in Spain, which has 89 points as a value and 17 as a minimum. We can see that there are four levels of adherence: low adherence, insufficient adherence, adequate, and a strict adherence. We have to say that we have an 80% for this study. For us, when talking about problem, we have this part of magnitude. We have the part of causes and possible solutions and evasion of knowledge that we have here. In the part of magnitude, we see that chronic disease or terminal disease in a member of the family constitute a radical change in the life of the family. And we see that there are some works that are similar to ours within our referential framework, but these are in populations that do not belong to our country, but in other parts of the globe. So it is worth saying that this part of the functionality is a fundamental one of our society as Mexicans. And finally, we as Mexicans, we see this family as this part of unity that we have to have within our adherents. So we can see that the research question was what was the relationship between family functionality and adherence to treatment between patients. As a general purpose was to determine the family functionality and adherence to patients with HIV. Hospital number one in Cuernavaca, Morelos. There is a similar study to ours in Spain that would say that family functionality and adherence to treatment was from Alba and et al. It would say that it was like 95%. Thanks to this study, we were able to have our research hypothesis to get a finite size of population for this population that is captive within the retrovirus in our unit. As a methodology, you cannot see it, but within the methodology, we can see that there is a transversal descriptive analytic study where we considered criteria of inclusion to all patients that would be able to participate in this study. These patients were giving their informed consent through a probabilistic study, non probabilistic by convenience, where we would reach the patient, we would ask him if he wanted to participate, and if they did, then we would approach them. We would take them to a room apart where we would have specific questions, socio-demographical and family questions, and about the treatment adherence. It is good to say that we didn't see this lack of adherence due to ethical questions. Then we would tell the doctor that he didn't have enough adherence to the treatment. And when we saw this part of the family uh, functionality, we saw that we had to send them to the psychology service to work with a part of helping the patients so that they wouldn't have this lack of family functionality in order to help them. We think the most important results we can see that 81% of the studied population were men and 19 were women. Most of them, 32.9%, were employees. They were like workers, businessmen, professionals, and home workers. In their civil status was 48% were married, in adherence to the treatment, 78%, we would see that they were really strict. So if we saw this part, they wouldn't comply with the 95% that we were expecting. Within the family functionality, 77% had a normal one, 21% had a level dysfunction, and only 2% had a severe dysfunction. Within the variables that we had was the relationship with patients with pharmacotherapy regarding the time of consumption that was graded at 16 months in our variety of we saw that there was a relationship between low adherence to treatment with a severe Yates corrections allowed us to see when we have a statistically difference, which is important, but we come from zero. We did it because our greater population was male to see how the adherence to treatment would become and the family functionality. And we saw that there is an association between treatment adherence and a severe and mild dysfunction for adherence to treatment. Thus, we see the relationship between adherence and the time of treatment that there is a statistically important difference between both problems. Finally, within our conclusions, that we can see that family is an integral part of our society. It is important so that both physicians and nurses would have a centralized focus so that these patients that live with HIV may have a family functionality, keeping in mind that there is this part of tiredness of primary care or determinants of health that are not considered for adherence to the treatment. It's not only medication, but these health determinants that would allow us to see that there might be an influence on this in the human being, or to enhance the quality of life of our patients. Thank you very much, doctor. A round of applause for doctor. Asked by a collegiate assessing group. Thank you. Good morning, doctor. Congratulations, first of all, for the work that you are presenting, your effort, and of course, if it is useful. I have a question on the part of methodology. If you could go deeper on the design that you used, the statistical tests. Well, the statistical test, well, first of all, it was performed a part of a transversal analytic study where after that we had a statistic analysis through the dispersion for quantitative variables and for qualitative frequencies and percentages. When we observed that basically our two variables of study were qualitative variables, we had a bivariate analysis where we used Sakta diffusion and then we used Jane's correction. Please go ahead. Good morning, first of all. Good morning, everyone. You mentioned that there's no evidence of articles on this research similar to other countries, but then you said that did you found something in Spain. So which one of both answers we could keep? Mainly for those that are virtually with us and wish to find out something about the same topic. Well, I said that there is no evidence in our country, but there is evidence in other countries. So in the end, we can have some research in databases, Cielo, Medigraphic, PubMed, among other databases, where we identify this part. Okay, so you found a single article in Spain? Yes. Basically, it was Alva et al. There's a criteria that we have to assess, which is the significance of the study that can be translated into the impact of the results. So we still have like 2 or 3 more minutes. What could you say about the impact of the results on the recommendations that you may give us, either at a hospital level or the contribution of the patients that participated in your research? Well, as I said, in the end, we have to assess this part, not only in the patients that live with HIV, with all people in general. The part of family functionality. The part of the family functionality is one of the most important determinants of health because sometimes family may help so that they may have an adequate adherence to treatment. Either HIV person or a person that lives with diabetes, hypertension, among other things. So basically, the family is the structured part where we can actually support ourselves so that the patient within his home may have a good quality of life. Besides that, empowering the patient. Thank you. One more question. Well, thank you, doctor. Thank you very much for presenting your work here at the Congress. I would like to ask you, I don't remember if you specified, presented how many men were part of the sample and how many women. And out of these, Because you mentioned something that there was a correlation between the family dysfunction, but you found it by sex. Because if there is something, please tell us. And in the number of people, to compare to what we know in all over the world, so on sex and treatment adherence in patients living with HIV. Well, as for the results, we said that out of the 200 patients that were in our sample, 71% were men. Thus, when we see that the major percentage was men, we had this bivariated analysis focused on men. We did it on women, but there were no significant differences between adherence to treatment and dysfunction. But in men, we presented it like this because we saw that there is a difference, statistically important difference between treatment adherence and family functionality. We could infer many things and even have qualitative studies to know why this situation happens. We could even have a qualitative study, this kind of study with men, because in the end they are leaders in the family, and sometimes this treatment adherence may have to do with this laboral part, but we have to see some health determinants and concretely see that in a population. Thank you. Due to agenda issues, we thank for the participation of Dr. with this important work that talks to us about the symbiosis between family functionality and adherence to treatment. And please give a round of applause for the doctor. Now, today we have the presentation of our second research work titled Experience Zero Prevalence of Hepatitis C in Patients with a Recent Diagnosis of Infection by HIV. Here we have our speaker to present, and we'll continue with the same methodology described in the beginning. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for being here with us and listening to my presentation. If we could have the presentation on screen, please. Well, my name is Erika Pompameras. I'm a researcher from the IMSS, and I'm going to present the work that we've been doing together with a reference hospital for the diagnosis and attention to infection due to HIV. This work is being done jointly with two research units. One of them is the unit of research of infectious diseases and parasitary diseases of the Centro Médico Nacional Siglo XXI, and the unit of research of immunology in the same hospital. Thank you very much. So, on behalf of all those that worked in this paper, whom I am thankful to be part of this team, we're going to have the work. As I previously said, this work has a institutional registration in the institute. Is part of the requisites of the institute. And what I want to say is viral hepatitis have had an important impact on humankind because they have provoked morbid mortality in patients. Either they are acutely infected or they would chronify these infections. At least 5 viral agents are known. The one that are most known is hepatitis A, B, C, D, and E. These viral hepatitis are considered to be another silent pandemic. As for the hepatitis E, which we're talking about, I have to say that this is an liver inflammatory disease. It's classified like this, and it's caused by the hepatitis E virus. The liver is the main viral replication organ, and it is important to establish the pathogenesis of the disease. But we're seeing that it all can also manifest as extra liver manifestation or hepatic manifestation. It is transmitted orofecally, but we've been reported that it can be transmitted parentally, either by a erythrocytary plasma. Also, people that receive or that are submitted to transplant of organs can get infected too. Those individuals that use shared needles, you know, intravenous drug users, they can get infected. Hemodialysis patients, pregnant patients, and workers with, as we can see in this image, we can see laparoscopic exploration of a liver where we can see that the blue arrow there are irregular edges in the liver. It is important to see this because it is telling us there is an hepatic necrosis focuses when it is pretty focused. But in individuals with high loads, this hepatic necrosis can be extended, as we can see in the other image to the right. This virus recently was reclassified by the International Committee of Taxonomy of Viruses. In the past, it was considered to be an orthoherpes virus A, and now it's a Plasma herpes virus. Let me tell you that it has a feature which is interesting from the immunological point of view because it's quasi wrapped virus which can find a lipidic membrane or a viral particle, nude viral particle that can be seen to the right. So this cell membrane is pretty important so that the virus may evade the immune response when it can be generate transitory viremias by very little time. But it can secrete in feces and prolong their infectocontagious potential. It has a diameter between 27 and 40 nanometers and in cosaedric shape, and its genome is constituted by RNA, viral RNA, with we have recognized 8 phenotypes. Up to now, human beings are infected by 4 genotypes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Besides that, we acknowledge that there are 2 areas, depending on the frequency, how these spreads are presented. We have low endemicity regions. Those are regions that have genotypes 2 and 3, which we have our country among those. And we have high endemicity zones where we have the most virulent and fatal genotypes like genotype 1 and 4. Let me tell you that this infection, even though it's considered like hepatitis, unattended hepatitis, it's very difficult to recognize it because more than 85% of people can auto-limit it or resolve it through their immune response. Generally, this goes from 3 phases: a programmatic phase that is confused with hepatitis A because they share the transmission vias, hecteric hepatitis, and we can have other markers that are also found. In the convalescence phase, we can see an important production of antibodies IgG. And besides that, even though this infection happens to be asymptomatic in most of the cases, it is important also to consider that immunocompromised individuals, like people that live with the infection with HIV, oncological patients, pregnant patients, the damage can be chronified and extend to other organs like the nervous central system. This is why, with this background, we identified that these patients living with HIV have certain characteristics of epidemiological, clinical, that can identify pathogenesis of hepatitis E virus like other hepatotoxic viruses. Besides, Besides, despite Mexico has a low area for circulation of these viruses, we have to consider the population with of patients that have HIV that are concentrated in our country in the cities. That forces us to think of the patterns of transmission of this viral hepatitis, and thus find out first of all which is the prevalence of this infection of patients. But as you take a look at the literature, there is no study that in this case may give us an idea of the prevalence of this viral hepatitis in the population of patients with HIV. And from there comes our general objective to see what the separate prevalence is, to see how many patients have been exposed to hepatotropic virus. We did it at the third level hospital, but also receives diagnosed patients that have been diagnosed recently in the Centro La Raza. We had an observational transversal analytical comparative study. We calculated a size of sample based upon a population, a finite population, considering the number of patients that receives are received in this hospital, and also considering the zero prevalence values reported in other countries, especially in European countries where we have zero prevalences up to 30% in patients living with HIV. So we had a probabilistic sampling which was systematic, where we recruited ambulatory and hospitalized patients one to one. We had some serological tests. We asked the consent, informed consent letter. Once they accepted and are getting all the data from the serologic tests and the clinical and paraclinical data, we had this inferential and descriptive report to select the statistical tests. Here, part of the inclusion criteria, patients had to be 18 years old, and we included both sexes. Patients that did not have experience to the antiretroviral, neither PrEP treatment, and that they would have a recent diagnosis. We also considered including pregnant patients in the study. Which results did we have? Well, we recruited 264 patients, 136 were hospitalized, and 128 were recruited while going to their consultation. And as you can see, most of them were diagnosed in the C3 stage. And on the other hand, the zero positivity that gave us the zero prevalence data was 4.16% in this kind of population, very low to the one reported in Europe, for happily. And we didn't find either age, gender, if they were ambulatory, or the body mass index would be related to this zero positivity to virus E. What we found that patients that have sex with men, patients with an inter role, a sex role with would see positivity 3 positive cells or higher. They were related to this zero positivity. Also importantly, we found that the proportion or index CD4 and CD8 index were lower in the patients with this kind of hepatitis. As since this hepatitis, we also observed the data of the lab, and we only found that alkaline phosphatase was the only marker of hepatic function, which was more elevated or altered in the patients with zero positivity. On the other hand, since this virus causes necrosis, part of the response, compensatory response, was fibrosis. So this is why we measure through indicators, non-invasive indicators like FIT4 and APRI, and we found that most of patients had probabilities to produce fibrosis, and a very small percentage of 30% in the moment of diagnosis. And with this hepatitis, they had advanced fibrosis. So from there, we had these conclusions. And in here, I'm going to show you an ultrasound recovered or retrieved from one of the patients, even though it was a normal liver. You know, the ultrasound was okay. We found splenomegalia data, so as you can see here, which indicates a manifestation, an extra hepatic manifestation. So basically, those were the conclusions. Very important to keep in mind that these patients that have seropositivity are around 4.16 of those that we found. Most of them were at the C3 stage, so the treating doctors have to be very careful and to extend the spectrum of other diseases that would include hepatitis E, that they would have to explore the possibility that patients would there to consultation consider the counting of CD3 and 8 and the radium, the CD4 and CD8 radio, not only believing the counting of TCD4 cells. And something paramount is that we have to quantify the viral loads because we have to identify which patients may have a viremic and with the possibility to transmit. Don't stay with hepatitis 2 for the liver. The elevation of alkaline phosphatase talks to us that there might be a cholestatic pattern behavior. Just to finish, I thank all my work team that made this possible. So thank you very much. Thank you, Doctor. Due to sake of time, we have the opportunity for one question from the evaluators for our speaker. Hello, good morning. It would be a recommendation and a question. When I read the title, I thought it was a basic research, descriptive basic research, but we had a multivariate with important results. So my recommendation would be to have a title when you have the results, not only to sell, but also to reflect all the results that you have and the impact it may suggest from the results. You were missing the place and period category to really see if this data is based on the measurement of a year, and from there a recommendation and a question, considering that we have the micro elimination of hepatitis and WHO and IMSS and Ministry of Health, which could be the recommendation from the results that you have. Well, then, first of all, me as a researcher, I have to tell you something. We are here to showing you this study with a size of sample. If you see the proportion and if compared with the diagnosis on a yearly basis, it represents a micro universe. So they should validate this data in a wider size of sample, number one. And the recommendation, based upon this data, it is important, as you were mentioning in the phase of conclusions, that treating doctors should be very careful, mainly when diagnosing the patients that are very advanced, and being pretty careful because this damage at an immunological level, that is to say, that have a lower counting of cells, lower than 200 cells per microliter, reminds us that these patients have an immunological deterioration. So, what would our recommendation be? Basically, that we have to be careful with these patients that have advanced phases, but just do not to neglect A, B, and C serology that algorithms force us to, but we have to extend to other hepatitis for those that there is evidence that fibrosis can be caused. and liver is a filter for antiretroviral medications, and we have to evaluate to select which group of medications, what treatment would be the first selection for that patient, and so that in this case they will not affect not only the efficiency of the treatment, but also considering that there would not be other uh, elements that would impact their quality of life and would have as a consequence a poor adherence. Thank you. We thank Doctor for the participation and the presentation of this work of zero prevalence of people living with HIV. To continue with our program, we have the presentation by the last work in this session titled Experience in the Delivering of Prophylaxis Post-Expositions as part of prevention services combined of HIV in the specialized clinic Condesa Specialized Clinic. Please, doctor. Well, first of all, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're doing well. Let's get started. Well, first, what's prophylaxis post-exposition? According to several organizations worldwide and Pan American Health Organization, we can see that it's one of the tested strategies of prevention for lowering HIV cases in the world. And what is it? Well, we start from an idea that is that a person may be under three situations, has had a risky sexual relationship, they might be victims of sexual violence, or occupational risk, and they go to the health services and they say they want to be candidates to post-exposition prophylaxis. This has to be before 72 hours after the event. So if this person has a negative test, they are candidates to the antiretroviral treatment. Besides that, the fact that she is in the health center, they give us the opportunity to have a health intervention. The problem is this here. The follow-up after a month. What happens after that month? Well then, the purpose of the work is to describe the risk profile and attention for people that request a post-exposition prophylaxis in Condesa Clinic to see enhancement opportunities. What was our methodology? Well, we had a descriptive transversal study with the information that we have in a system which is called a prevention intervention system by a specialized clinic Condesa. The observation period was from January the 1st to July to the 31st in 2023. It was something real that we are doing for implementing enhancements in the program, which were the inclusion criteria for pro- this presentation I'm having today, so that people would have asked PEP for risky conduct. We excluded people that asked the other reasons. We had this database and a HAT system, which is a specialized lab system. We had a sample of 3,526 people. Which are the results? The average age between the people that asked for PEP was 30.4 years. There's a greater demand among 20 to 40 years old. As for the identity of gender, we can see that most of them is asked by men, men with that have sex with men, and in a lower proportion with other genders. As for the place of residence, we saw that a specialized clinic renders services to people living in Mexico City. But not only that, the main population lives in Mexico City, but we also help people from the state of Mexico and even people from other states. We also found 133 people from other countries, but 95% of those live in Mexico City. And as for the level of education, 77% of people have higher degrees or even more. An important point here for the specialized clinic Condesa renders services to people that have no social security rights, but it's not limited to that. And we have people that are requiring PEP if they live in Mexico City or if they make sure it is pretty urgent and nobody else wanted to help them. So our main population is not the beneficiaries, but also we work with people that are beneficiaries of Social Security and ask for the service for different reasons. As for the use of condom, it calls our attention that 63.6% occasionally wears condom, which is a risk factor to acquire HIV. 65% wears occasional lubricant, which is another factor that would help to reducing the transmission or infection. As for the basal test of labs, we found the following prevalences in our studied population. 10.7 with background of syphilis, 6.4 for active syphilis through RPR reactive with superior title of 1.8, and we didn't detect cases of hepatitis B or C. But we were not very careful with this search for these last two diseases. 16.7% were given follow up by people after 31 days. In this period, only one person was reactive to HIV. During the whole studied period, 49.2 had another test for HIV in that period of more than 180 days, and to have a second test of HIV after the post exposition prophylaxis was 112 days. That is to say, pretty high. As for the follow-up attention, it was divided into men having sex with men, heterosexual men, trans and non-binary people. And as we can see, most of them, the predominance is men having sex with men, and that's what we found as men. And we have something important here, which is people of these people that went there to ask for PrEP, who decided, uh, who decided to enter PrEP, prophylaxis pre-exposition. It was only 210 people out of 3,526. Only 6% of them were invited to to get into PrEP. Well, the conclusions, obviously, I think the results show us that we have to have a better follow up in order to comply with this prophylaxis and the attention to other sexually transmitted diseases. We could create a profile through this assessment that we had, which is that they have some social determinants that are very characteristic of these populations that goes there for risky behavior. But because if we see another PEP, well, there are other determinants that are completely different, and we observed a low prevalence of HIV and syphilis. And the other important thing is the link between these people that ask for PEP due to a risky behavior to pre-exposition prophylaxis to reduce the risk of acquiring HIV. Finally, and these are the conclusions for the whole team, what is unknown is not assessed, and of course it cannot be enhanced. Thank you. Thank you very much, Doctor. Great participation. Now we have space for questions. Some questions from our assessors. Doctor, thank you very much. Yeah, it's actually what you say. First of all, we have to know so that we can enhance that kind of problems like as a health system. We still need to work a lot. Thank you very much for presenting your results. It was not clear to me. One is people that request and the people that receive the PrEP. 100% of people that requested it were given the PrEP, or who received it. What do you mean by they were not very careful by detecting hepatitis? Well, yeah, out of these 3,526 people on the database, only 81 people did not continue with the treatment for the prophylaxis post exposition, which is 2.3%, and they were excluded from this analysis. And as for we're not being so careful, actually we had to do it manually. So the lab system, we have to look for patient by patient, put it in the database, and this was a real exercise because the specialized clinic created the syphilis clinics and it's being implemented now. But we wanted to know the populations that ask for PrEP or PEP and how this prevalence of syphilis was. So we paid a lot of attention to HIV and syphilis follow up tests, but we didn't look for hepatitis. Any other question? Well, yeah, thank you, doctor. Congratulations for your presentation. You see, with what you have just mentioned, indeed, the analysis was from a database. We didn't have a follow-up to patients. Well, we have a digital system used by most of medical counselors, which is prevention systems for prevention. Those are the ones that attend the patients, and they register everything in this system. In my case, what I did is to look for all this system, download the database, and check the interventions through this electronic platform. And one more question: why did you exclude patients that of occupational risk and sex violence? Well, we had the idea that social determinants are completely different because probably the prevalences were going to be completely different. And in the specialized clinic, our most population is men having sex with men. So we wanted to focus on the risk behavior because we wanted to interfere more at a level of prevention. Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon. With the title, you wanted to express experience of a program as such. Well, why didn't you choose the word follow up? Because that is not a transversal design, but of design of inclusion of cohort. Well, the transversal design, because as we know, the transversals are generators of hypotheses. Transversal means that you make a measurement, but that was not a punctual period of time, and it can be in a period according to the evidence. And we practically, what we want to is generate a hypothesis and changes definitely. But what does it have to do with the title and also in the end? Well, what's the experience of the prophylaxis rendering? What the experience is? As I said, we had some ideas. Our populations is most of men that have sex with men, and this is why we directed to risky behavior due to the previous knowledge that we had. Now I understand that there might be indecisions that are going to help the information that you have. Which are the recommendations that you may have? Obviously, to look for a strategy to enhance the follow-up of these patients, either phone calls. We have a lot of WhatsApp systems, so I might invite them to have their follow-up test, so that they would actually go through friendly ways. You know, I have epidemiological surveillance with SIMAPOS. We want to know what your status of health is now, what are your problems that you have. Do it very personalized, very tailored. We thank Doctor for her participation and we give her a round of applause, please. The same token. Yeah, sure. Go ahead. We also have questions. Yeah. Sorry. This is because we have to go to the plenary session. We'll give a little chance. Sorry if I'm not being very, if I'm being messy. I just want to ask a question through the linking to PrEP because I don't know if you have your slide over there where we can analyze the amount of people that went to look for PEP, but that said that they do not use a condom in all their intercourse, which would be the ideal universe of PrEP vinculation. So I don't know what the strategy is for attracting these people to PrEP, and if we have an idea of these people that said that they don't use all the time a condom, they decided not to enter the PrEP program, or maybe that is a matter of being a beneficiary or not. I don't know if you had this analysis. Well, no, we didn't have that analysis. Actually, it's multifactorial, as you may know. One of the causes is the fact of being a beneficiary, but as I said, the clinic is so inclusive that actually we have several beneficiaries in the PrEP program. It doesn't matter if you have IMSS, ISTE, Pemex, Sedena. If they ask for PrEP and they are candidates, they're included in the program. Why the low amount of people requesting PrEP? Maybe it is because we are not having a good strategy for motivating and talking to them to invite them for PrEP. Now, up to now, what we have as a campaign, we have posters that invite people to incorporate what PrEP to PrEP and to know what PrEP is, and we leave them an email for them to send us all their data and would attract them individually. So every counselor in their daily work has the knowledge, of knowing behaviors. Um, tell them that, well, we have PrEP. Aren't you interested in coming to the program? Well, we have to work on the promotion of PrEP so that people would be aware and so they know where they can get it. Now, if you allow me to work together with the institution of Social Security institution, because it's a matter of beneficiary, and if it's a matter of looking of an emergency in the weekend, it would be worth it that the Social Security provision institutes may have an exchange of information so that the population demanding PrEP, they would be aware that there are PrEP programs, and institutions maybe also be aware of that information that would help us have PrEP more efficiently. Yeah, I completely agree. In the fact, actually, Clínica Condesa is working closely with several civil associations, so to spread the PrEP. But we still need to work a little bit more. So thank you. Hello, can you hear me? I would like I would like to know which tools are you using in the clinic to give follow-up in the community for patients if they are doing their Facebook parejas, Telegram, if they're having sexual intercourse of sex that have sex with other men, like for example discotheques, bars, etc. To give an answer to your question, and as I mentioned, Clínica Condesa works together with several associations dedicated to the LGBTIQ plus community. So they are our health promoters in these spaces. They link us to the people. Yesterday we had Inspira. Inspira has a modeling specialized clinic Condesa, and those are the HAPREP. They are counselors of the specialized clinic, but there are also people that come that go with the Inspira and they go with the council of Inspira, and there are many civil associations that work together with our clinic to do all this community work in the spaces that where it should be done. Thank you. So thank you very much, everyone. And I will allow me to introduce to our evaluating committee constituted by a collegiate organ of three doctors from the planning health unit, Dr. Margota Gonzalez Leon, Dr. Antonio Reina Sevilla, and Dr. Christian Ivan Martinez Abarca. We thank for your participation, and by the same token, we extend the invitation to talk to our three speakers once we finish the session, because we'll also have to go to the plenary session that is going to be given these moments. It's about to start at the auditorium. Thank you very much. Fíjate, chaparrita. We'll continue with the program in this room. We'll continue with the presentation by Dr. Gabriela Borrayo. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone here in the room. It's nice to see you and those that are online with us through the hybrid mode. Welcome this afternoon to this next talk from the Political Social Program. Today, now we're going to have the uh, vulnerability group policy. We have Dr. Gabriela Borrayo Sanchez, head of the Coordination of Innovation of Medicine of IMSS. She was not able to be here, and on behalf of her, we will have Dr. Paulina Herrera Reina. She's a specialist in work medicine from UNAM. She has a master's degree in science of occupational international health, and she coordinates programs in the innovation coordination. And she presents this policy that has been a vital element to go on with the actions regarding human rights and a gender perspective at IMSS. Welcome, Doctor, and we'll listen to you. Thank you, Professor, for your introduction. And on behalf of Dr. Gabriela Borrayo Sanchez, who sends greetings, and as previously said, due to uh, several reasons she was not able to be here, but I'm part of her team, and I'm happy to present this work, collaborative work from all the direction of medical services, which is called the institutional policy of for groups of in vulnerability situations. In this presentation, we'll talk about the background that gave birth of the creation of this policy and the perspective that we want to give for the attention of health at IMSS. We want you to be aware of health from the focus of human rights, particularly for one of the groups that constitute the policy, which is the people living with HIV and the challenges that IMSS focuses due to this new focus. Uh, some questions that we want to answer in these questions. First of all, how we define a group, a vulnerable group, which is a term or a word, a key word that we have commented and that's been heard in all this Congress. And also, why is it important to focus the attention of health from the perspective of human rights? And another, which are the actions that will make it possible to exercise the right to health of people living with HIV. According to the background and according to the human nature with the weaknesses and strengths, we have this segregation capacity to organize is made to protect the fragility of life all along the coming of the vital cycle. No one is exempt from having the loss of life, health, family members, job, or whatever. And the organization of society allowed us to help people when they have some kind of contingency. That's the mission of the nature of the IMSS, to give an answer, a way to protect societies that for centuries ago have, we have had social protection systems as well as they get more sophisticated. We have ways to keep the system in force and answering the specific needs of the populations. 80 years ago, the IMSS responded to the protection of Mexican people, and in the context, historical social context, we have to understand that public health is a result of the historical, political, and economical conditions that a region or a country lives in. This is the most important thing that we want to talk about, and we think that it's a key answer to try to help with what we have not been able to help and try to help those that need the most without leaving anyone behind. I think we cannot see it here well, but anyways, it seems like it's the PowerPoint version. We have three criterion or three criteria according to the WHO and the Pan American Organization of Health. We have to acknowledge what it means to have a vulnerable group or a set of group or people that are in situational vulnerability is featured due to some particular situation, people, either their age, gender, their ethnia, or by any particular feature that would be considered to have or that may have certain risks. Another point would be that due to historical discrimination, is that is to say, through years they have been excluded or isolated, and one more that's due to their conditions by action or omission of the states. That is to say, that things that institutions and government entities have stopped doing or have done, that is also considered a feature that may place people in a vulnerability situation. So, if one of these three trails is there, and these three rail characteristics stop the person to have their satisfaction of their needs or rights, that is considered a person or a group in vulnerability situations. In IMSS, for this policy, as we will see a few minutes later, it's we define that it's five groups requiring priority attention. And one of those is the people living with HIV. As we have heard in the talks that we have had from yesterday, people living with HIV have experimented the circumstances, these experiences, negative ones, not pleasant, that place them in vulnerability and that endanger them so that they will not be able to exercise their right to health or job or a good life. So we've heard a stigma, which is a circumstance that all people or that many people with HIV have faced. The isolation, the negation of services, exclusion, mistreatment, harassment, and humiliation. Among all these circumstances, we have to stop and see how people that are responsible from the decision making and the design of programs, policies, and health services will eradicate and lower the experience of these kind of circumstances. In Mexico, the data may vary somehow, but by the end of 2022, we have diagnosed more than 340,000 people that were detected with the HIV virus ever since we started with this epidemic. 2.2 new cases occur by every 10,000 people non infected, and 40% of people living with HIV and died did not have access to public health services. This tells us that we have to work for the access to these services, as we will see later. Particularly at IMSS in 2022, we helped 93,000 people, more or less. We reached one of the goals of the WHO that were proposed by them, which is like from 95 to 97% of people attended at the institute have a retroviral treatment and are reaching the goal in 90% with viral load, which is not detectable. To get the goals of 2030, we have to work, and as we previously said, we have to work with the fact that 95% of people living with HIV are aware of their diagnosis and their serological status. This is why we have to focus ourselves and recognize that the epidemic is concentrated or focused. This focused epidemic has to allow us to see the key groups that we have to reach as a sector and institution in order to have them allow them to have access and approach them a little by little so that they will be able to have the tools to know their serological status. Another characteristic of this epidemic, focused epidemic, we have to be more strategic in the prevention measures. I mean, primary rather than secondary prevention. And one more other aspect, which is to eliminate these circumstances of discrimination and exclusion in the health personnel attending them. Talking about the policy, the purpose of the document is to strengthen the exercise of the right to the protection of health in these five groups of vulnerability situations, giving a focus of gender perspective and human rights. What is this focus on human rights regarding health? The policy wants to follow and was integrated according to the principles of human rights so that health would continue to be recognized as a fundamental human right, attending the characteristics of human rights according to the universality. That is to say that all people hold rights just because of being people. The negability where we are not going to give up these rights. Indivisibility, where all human rights are complete and they cannot be exercised, a human right plainly without exercising another one. Equality, non-discrimination, and interdependency. And here we have the paper or the role of states to respect, protect, and guarantee the human rights of people. The states shall work in order to expedite the exercise of rights and care that no one would violate or these warranties, and work so that all people may exercise plainly. And even though that in a book or a letter may be documented that all people hold rights, that doesn't really mean that all people may be able to exercise them equally. And here we have the determinants that in the end have an impact on the exercising of our rights. It is also necessary to say, and our policy does it, that this focus on human rights is not a utopical matter or a goodwill matter, but it has some foundation in the treaties and international systems like the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and in legal national instruments, which is the political constitutions of Mexico. And the right to health, as we previously said, is a fundamental human right that, thanks to its exercise, allows the exercising of other rights, one more important to life, work, personal integrity, healthy environment, the other 30 rights that we have in the Declaration, and the structural intermediate determinants like poverty, segregation, discrimination, and violence are the ones that mark these deep inequities in the exercising of our rights. Also, the way states, nations generate or allow or develop uh, accessible health services regarding the needs of the populations, such as sexual health, mental health, and nutrition, which are acknowledged as fundamental to exercise complete health. Institutional policies, this defends this kind of defects and the intersectionality that we've been mentioning during all this Congress. Nevertheless, sometimes it's not so visible, this term, but it's not such acknowledged as a concept. The concept of intersectionality was added in this policy to give analysis of complex social programs or with groups with very specific needs. It helps us also to consider all these multiple variables, socializes causes of health and disease, and allows us to understand, as I said in the beginning of this, the political, historical, and economical context of society. This is a very simple example, not of three circles of circumstances, but five or six variables where this intersection occurs and result in a condition of life of a person that may live with HIV, which is an elderly person, which is a trans woman, which is in a situation of poverty that leads her to exercise sexual work. All these variables, states and their institutions have to identify, adapt our services to respond to what the person or the people need. So health from the human right focus, according to the Pan American Organization of Health, says that there should be a conceptual framework that should be considered in all policies and all laws. As we previously said, also, it allows analyzing the conditions of inequity that hardly complete exercise of people. We reiterate we need to respect, guarantee, and protect and give priority to vulnerable groups with coverage, effective access, and results in the services of health. There we go with the IMSS. Ever since 80 years, we are rendering protections to the right of health of people. Nevertheless, society, once we grow up and becomes complex and we have new diseases, we have to change and we have to acknowledge which all the things are needed to be done to protect everyone and do not leave anyone behind. According to observation number 14 of the Committee of Rights, Cultural, Economical, and Social Rights, we recommend, services, health services must comply or have to be accessible, have to be accepted by the population they're directed to. They have to be available and they have to be of quality, referring that they have to comply with all the technical and scientific standard to be rendered. In the policy, we call it the Pentagon of Human Rights. As previously said in the Congress, the slogan in this year to commemorate the World Day fight against AIDS is that communities are a fundamental part of leadership in attention, design for the eradication of this epidemic that we have already identified, which is pretty concentrated. Some documents of the WHS and the Pan American Organization of Health have listened to the people of these groups of people in situation of vulnerability. In an interview to women, trans women, they were asked what was the opinion so that this trans community would face. And what the people say is that to begin with, the lifestyle is completely different, most of them. I'm going to read it. We cannot go to a consultation at 10 or 11 in the morning when we've gone to bed at 6. That's one part. And there is a part of not being a citizen, not having papers. That's what they have told me. That's what I believe. So those, I do not have right to health. I do not have right of nice life, to work, no rights. So beliefs change based on the experiences that we have had for elderly people that are more vulnerable because they are poor, have no access to education, they're indigenous, etc. So it's very complicated. So the focus on human rights has to make us change these testimonies. We have to change the perception and the attention, not only the perception, but also that the attention access to the health services shall be for everyone. In other testimonial in these interviews that we have for the key population groups, they manifested that access to public services, and health services is paramount. And we also found that people living with HIV/AIDS, retroviral need is greater than 95%. There was a single opportunity, there was a single amount of people that do not receive this. So even though that 5% that does not receive, they already had the virus and they were not receiving any medication. It was not surprising that an associated factor was trans identity. So for us, it's a reflection that trans people have no access to um, health service, not only for HIV but for health in general. So those two testimonials motivate us to continue impulsing this policy, the institutional policy for groups of vulnerability with a focus on human rights and gender perspective was approved by the Technical Council of IMS this year, January the 24th in this year, in a first reactivation of the Committee of Human Rights headed by our General Director. And from that moment on, 1 year before, we had already started like a strategic project in the rendering of medical services with these groups, and the advancements that we have had up to now. We have designated, besides the policy and their training, agents of change that are servants, you know, to mine in order to lead and be representatives of this policy and start from the coverage and that knowledge and to start changing these human right because we've done it that way always. It's implicit in the commitment to health attention. So, so IMSS has this position in all their projects and strategies. Up to now, we have had from 1 year ago, they have identified 5 groups.
We also have a work program that is mainly focusing on each and every one of them. This is why we brought this policy in general to this forum. We're working on it. We're still trying to have a long-term policy, even though programs have been developed. Again, healthcare. It's been 80 years since the IMSS was the leader. With the pandemic, the IMSS was the leader as well. And we believe that it is necessary to also pinpoint this need specifically for those in most need. So we're getting there. This is just a graph on what we have been able to progress and what we intend to do, because we do not only want to do this as a document for consultation. No, this is a policy where we're trying to establish IMSS policy, but also to bring it to life as part of our services so that we can really fulfill all these 5 characteristics of the rights pentagon. As conclusions, we in the Institute, through this policy, we believe that it is key to understand the health in general from this human rights approach, that everyone is a right holder, that the full enforcement of rights is not equal for everyone, and we need to recognize that there are some conditions, like we said, that violate or put at risk some situations more than others. No one needs to be left behind. No one can be left out. So the healthcare sector needs to continue promoting this unity in the society as needed to just respect diversity and eradicate any form of discrimination. And we also need to observe and also address those unseen aspects of healthcare services. So these groups in particular that have not yet been accessed, we need to also lead family units or clinics. We also need to establish strategies, as we have seen in other countries, the way things are done to reach populations, to those groups that are in most need. We need to identify and pinpoint all of this. In that way, we're going to also have more governance and controlling the sector and to improve our healthcare services as well. If you scan this QR code, you're going to be directed to the policy. I have it printed out. This is just an ad, just a short announcement here. So just please read very carefully the chapter specific for people living with HIV. You're going to see a summary that is documented with all of the actions that have been documented, all of these barriers that we have identified as an exercise here in the Institute as well. And just to wrap it up, I would like to thank you on behalf of Dr. Gabi Borrayo. We are here at your service as well. Thank you so much, Dr. Paulina, as well. We have more than a minute. So I don't know if you have comments, questions before we go to a pause. Yes? Okay, please go ahead, sir. So in Mexico, in 1996, we had the MIP policy. That's really important for people living with HIV. It has been ratified by the Mexican state and the president of the country, and it provides as follows: whenever a public policy is created, they need to include people living with HIV. That's one of the main aspects where we always lag. And what happens is that we're never considered when just taking and making decisions. And we have reviewed the document. It is biased We have already mentioned this and brought this up. We're not considered, we're concerned, but because whenever we have CONACIDA, which is this commission, whenever we're trying to just really work on this public policy, we cannot do that at the IMSS because even though we are beneficiaries as people living with HIV, so that's one of the points where you're lagging behind. And for that reason, we do not validate, we do not endorse this policy because it is not considering that we are beneficiaries of the IMSS, and we were never asked or to take part as uh, in this as part of the consultation. We have that the HIV is a congress organized by you. It's absurd. It's laughable. The fact that we're not taking part in this type of public policy creation or making. So, to be honest, it is really complex because it seems that the IMSS, despite the fact that we have been working for 40 years as beneficiaries with HIV/AIDS, it is difficult for people to recognize or even to call us the way we are. They say organizations. No, we have a name, and the name is beneficiaries living with HIV, covered by the Social Security. We're still seeing a lot of gaps. This is not the only time that we have seen and mentioned this. Today, we have a zero tolerance policy to be recognized. So, today, more than ever, we need to ensure that people who live with HIV, because it's a mandate, it's a commitment in the UN. We also need to take part in that type of processes. And I would like to give you an example for Gonacida. I have a voice. I can vote just like Mr. Robledo, like the President of the Republic in the decision making process in Gonacida. And it is concerning that in the Social Security we cannot have this process. Thank you, sir, for this valuable comment. We believe that you are absolutely right. We were trying to integrate this policy, and even though we are documenting experiences through references as well, this inclusion of people from any of the five groups, we need to improve, we need to recognize that it is very important to participate. That is something that we have learned. We want to just really take the first action, we want to make the first advancement as well. So these exercises are perfectible, we need to move forward, we're still building and we are discussing. So again, this is one of our commitments for this health innovation coordination, and we still have a lot of things to do. And well, I agree, I appreciate your comment. Okay, thank you. This is the end of our participation, and now we're going to go to the auditorium, and I will just hand over this participation certificate to Dr. Paulina Herrera. Thank you so much. Thank you, and we are here, ready to continue with the program. So we're ready to begin. Good afternoon, everyone joining us today here in the room, also online. And we're here in this second day of the International Congress to continue updating the care services, healthcare services in general for people living with HIV. This is part of the IMSS initiatives. We're here in the session room of the Inter-American Social Security Conference, and today I'm going to introduce these two presentations by our members. Today we have in person Mrs. Diana Cabrera. Welcome, Diana. On this other side, we have Angel Ramirez, who is the head of the project division of the executive division of the conference. So we are really excited to be here and as part of the membership in this second international congress. So I'm going to pass the floor to Mrs. Diana Cabrera. So I'm going to tell you a little bit more of who she is and for her to be a little bit more uh, here. Mrs. Cadena de Hércules, she is a manager of healthcare services in the Salvatorian Institute. She was in the past director of the surgical team. So thank you and welcome. I would like to pass the floor to you and congratulations. So, thank you so much for having me here. To be honest, such an honor for me to be able to present what we're doing as well. And also, just seeing little by little what are the healthcare services that we have, access to medications, and for us to be able to allow the population to be just really prepared. I would like to share what we have done, and congratulations and thank you. Please go ahead. So the presentation that we have right now is about talking um, of the experience that we had at the Institute with HIV patients. And we, as a country in El Salvador, in the state response to HIV is given by all institutions that are part of the national comprehensive system for healthcare provision. And we have the Department of Health that gives a 68% coverage to the population. The Salvatorian Social Security Institute covers 28% of the population, and the lowest percentage is covered by magisterial well-being, specifically for teachers, and Army health, specifically for the Army. So we're going to talk specifically about everything that takes place at the ISSS. The Institute has about, for 2023, 1.9 million beneficiaries, and we're providing care through several healthcare centers. We have 12 hospitals. 3 of them are third level hospitals, and we also have second level hospitals. The first level of care is being provided by these medical units with hospital, without hospital, and entrepreneurial clinics. And this entrepreneurial clinics is a modality in the institute where we see clinics of the Social Security Institute inside a company with the intent of having workers sometimes not being able to leave, to be on leave, because sometimes it takes a lot of time and they are not allowed to go to get an external visit specifically given by our healthcare centers. They can do that with the closest personal clinic. They work with the company in general with all of the benefits provided by the ISSS in terms of treatment and labs. ISSS has 4 DIH or HIV clinics. They are part of the oncological hospital, which is the largest one in the hospital May the 1st, that is specifically devoted for pregnant women, in the San Miguel Hospital, which is in the east, and then the Santa Ana Clinic, which is for the west. We have one and in the east, one in the west, and then one in the metropolitan area. So now we're going to talk about the largest clinic that we have, which is the Medical, Surgical, and Oncological Hospital. This clinic is made up by 3 infectologists and general doctor who is devoted to just working with patients with HIV. They would provide this external consultation from 3 to 6 p.m. whenever we have an emergency visit with an HIV patient, we have an extended time up to 5 p.m. in emergencies for this type of patients. We have 24 hours, 365 days as well. And whenever the patient goes to another hospital center, but they need the evaluation of an infectologist, they also need evaluation through an interconsult or inter visit. Right now in the surgical hospital, they have around 2,848 patients who are currently undergoing treatment. Now, concerning the services that are part of what we're doing, we have the clinical as well, and this is the only immunology treatment that we have, and they are responsible for just having the CD4 count and the viral load as well. All patients go through this center specifically to measure viral load. They have access to radiology images, they have simple ultra pack resonance, and they also have the opportunity of being assessed by the experts because, as we know, it is a third level hospital. They have an area of expertise in oncological, hematological that are also for the use of patients. They are going to be hospitalized as well, specifically in surgical doctors. We also have oncological admission, but usually we have patients going to HMQ. We also have ad- ad- advice, and we usually provide infection treatment specifically for this retroviral treatment for the patient. So we know that we have a lot of services that are part of the surgical aspect. We have, let's say, uh, in the clinic first, May the 1st, and whenever the patient is diagnosed with an infection caused by TB, we have the different medical care units specifically to treat supervised treatment. And specifically, family planning treatments are not part of the clinical surgical hospital. We have different divisions, different units with HIV treatments as well. And all of that is done through a family unit as well. And so for us to be able to put a lot of strategies with a different diagnosis, we're going to work at the surgical hospital according to what the provider or vendor has specified. We enforce different strategies that we did not have in the past, before 2020, not at least. We have the referred clinic, that's the clinic that has the antiretroviral treatment. We have infectologists as well, they are experts. And then these patients may come from hospitals because sometimes we have some hospitals, they are at different opportunistic infections or they have other types of infections, and that's how they do the tests. If they are reactive, and then they are taken to the HMQ unit. Same thing for community clinics and also in business clinics. We also have programs, different prevention programs that come from all of the treatments that are recently diagnosed. They are just taken to AIM HQ. We have the blood bank, which is where we have a donor who may be a beneficiary or not, and every patient who is going to be subject to this type of surgical treatment, whether if they're in the capacity of just really providing more to the different donors, and we're going to get there. And if the patient is a patient, then they're going to have one path for them to be able to be linked to that service, and then we're going to have a route as well. And we have patients who have been also, who at least who have entered as well. We have, let's say, a serious infection. They have a recent diagnosis as well. We have an HIV diagnosis as well. And this is how we have been working as NGOs. They work with populations at risk, and we have another route or path that has been defined for us to be able to guide them to the HMQ. And what has been the progress that we have had at this hospital in 2020 before the pandemic? We got the support of US Air, so we're gonna have that treatment. So we're gonna do that as well. And with the ISSS, we were not really working as well. And what we were trying to do is to really just work with physicians, psychologists as well, and for us to go to the social security and to include also country information. And whenever we were talking about the country information, we were talking about specifically what we were doing in INSAL, but we were not incorporating all of the pieces of information that we had in INSAL. So at that time, we were working with US aid, and we also tried to just enter information into the unique evaluation of HIV that is called SUVM. And what we did at the time was that we tried to type information and also as USA. And so that information was typed. And in 2022, we started to do some analysis, and we are going to start just the higher strengthening in terms of the INSAL IMSS coordination in 2023. We were able to just really make an implementation of new cases. We were incorporating patients with a treatment interruption. That's something that we did not do in the past in the Social Security. So with MINSAL and USA, we were doing all of this. We were just planning and just really trying to recover patients. Uh, Then in 2023, we got a donation from USA for us to be able to get more reagents to identify Histoplasma or Cryptococcus. So now what are the activities that we have developed? In terms of the diagnosis in the HMQ clinic, we have strengthened the diagnosis algorithm, specifically in HIV, for the proper completion or filling out of the form. Sometimes we were having more, let's say, red tape issues. They were not properly filled out, and we would ask them to fill out, palette forms, and people would be like, no, I don't need that. I don't have to go over that process. Now, concerning this liaison, we start to have a better coordination across the different clinics and the first attention service. So, what happened is that we had a diagnosis that we were able to do during very good time, and we had a just referral in the HIV clinic in the west, east clinics, in the central clinics as well. So referrals were always late. The patient would always got late. It was always because of a red tape matter. We improved communication to also have an early link or referral, and we started to really develop more coordination activities across the different clinics, and we also provided assistance for us to be able to have a better handling of the early antiretroviral therapy. Now, concerning this viral suppression, we have differentiated timing in the viral load topics. Like I mentioned, HMQ, that's the only clinic that had this viral load test. And we would have a patient from the west, they would send the sample, and we would get the result, and then we would have to physically submit the sample. That would take over a week. So what we did was that we just made this just everything more digital. The result is now obtained immediately, and we would just forward everything to the San Miguel or Santana clinic. We also made these improvements. We have this home delivery as well, or we have more adherence, and we have other resources as well. And everything has been done through USAID, and they have been responsible for just doing all of this type of support. So now, how is it that we have improved these processes? The most important part is that with this diagnosis that we have, HIV diagnosis, what we did was that we improved the route in HMQ. For instance, since we only have 3 infectologists and we have a large cohort of patients, and infectologists are patients as well. So we know that what can we do for these patients to be seen on time? And the very first thing was to define with this cross-disciplinary team what is going to be the route as well. And for the patient, whenever they get there, to the institute as well. So the patient would be there, and then the patient would take 6 hours, let's say, as well. They would get care as well, and then we would just miss this opportunity of just having this early therapy. So definitely what we saw it was that we had all of these referrals on time. We're still having a lot of late referrals. So, however, what we're doing right now is that a social worker, whenever we have a patient with a positive as well, with new diagnosis, and we know that this patient is going to see a test that has over 10 as well, and this is going to be part of an infectologist. So we have this result that is less than 7 days. Then the social worker as well is going to take us to something that is called CAL. This is an immediate attention service as well. We have the doctor through a chat. They're going to just start just communicating with all of the social workers, with the infectologist, and everyone as well. And we have a new patient, and well, the intern, the general doctor as well. Now we know that they're gonna find the time to do this evaluation. Then what happens is that the infectologist is going to do all of that. At that time, the infectologist is going to also help us, and then we're gonna start with the antiretroviral therapy, and we have some psychology adherence. We would submit all of the results and labs to psychology, to immunology, to epidemiology for us to be able to get a PPD appointment, and then we would have an immediate automatic appointment follow-up appointment 10 days after that so that they can check their antiretroviral therapy. So all of that has caused us to decrease this waiting time from 6 to 2 to 3 hours of the patient, and we're going to get this companionship for the patient not to be scared or for them to understand what is the route that we're going to have in the HMQ. So now, this is the part that has improved as well. We are going to have some sort of reminder that in 10 days they have to come back. And these are the steps that we need to follow as well, and they are going to help the patient feel more, let's say, trusty when it comes to really understanding where they have to go. And now in the San Miguel Hospital, the cohort is smaller. We have about 191 patients. But here, what has been strengthened is the pharmacy because we're going to have this antiretroviral therapy as well because we only have an infectologist. So what we did was that we assigned a single window unit, like a one-stop shop, let's call it that way, and this is where the patient is going to go to that window, and then they would not have to wait. They're going to get their retroviral therapy as well, and we're going to have a some sort of reminder as well, and that's pretty much what we have improved in terms of the session and everything that we have been doing as well. And that's what we have been able to do, and just to ask for more permission into your works. And as well, concerning the other strategies that we have implemented in 2023, we started seeing as well. So we were talking about the different tests, and we were telling the emergency unit, okay, take all of the tests, the labs, specifically for those patients that you believe that may be at risk, and then we need to just really have to do all of that. And we just have a 1.6%. And during 2022 and part of 2023, our infectologist as well is going to have more collaboration. So she was in Mexico as well. So they were responsible for training general doctors as well in emergencies. So they're also going to guide us in terms on who to provide that test and specifically to get the best service possible. We had 24% of positivity. So now concerning this contact assistance, this was something that was not done in the past. Once again, this was because of some process issues, administrative process issues. Then that's how we're going to get this positivity as well for 2023. So with this attention continuum, I'm just going to just really talk just on behalf of the IMSS and the surgical hospital that we have in the regional hospital in San Miguel, the Santana Medical Unit, which amounts to a total of 3,290 patients that have been diagnosed. So out of these patients, 3,200 that have been diagnosed, we have 3,124 that have been linked, and that's 95%. They are just with health, and then we have antiretroviral therapy. There are 3,071. So all of this cascade, let's call it that way, is from January to October. But we also work aligned with the fiscal year, meaning we work from October 2022 to October 2023. So this also includes January 2023 to January 2023. This is going to give us a viral suppression of 80%. Now, concerning those patients that are undergoing treatment as well, and this is a slide that shows what happens nationwide, and we have the different centers that are also part of the Ministry of Health. The surgical hospital has the largest cohort with 2,740 patients undergoing treatment. In the regional San Miguel Hospital, 180, and the medical Santa Ana unit, they have 145. In fiscal year 2023, in fiscal year 2023, we had 424 new patients, and out of that, we began with this treatment in less than 7 days, and we had from 8 to 70s 55, and over 15 days 96. Always by considering that the highest case of this referral, that is a late referral, that is going to be a late remission, that's the result, and we need to take all of these opportunities that sometimes is going to delay the beginning of everything that we have as part of the infectologist as well. So most of the patients are just starting with this treatment in less than 7 days. The cohort growth, we're going to go a little bit faster, the cohort growth, and then the viral suppression. And this is not in January, but October, and then October. So over here we have a viral suppression percentage a little bit higher in the surgical hospital that goes from October 2021 to October 2023. They are separated by hospital, then the coverage and the viral suppression over the past 2 years. So this is all hospitals together. This is the Social Security 2022 2023. Now this is specifically for viral suppression and what else? And then this patient characterization, we know that most of them are part of the capital city, El Salvador, and the largest cohort are men over 49 years old. What else? We have this patient characterization. Women, we know that the population at large is 773, and in men we have 640. There are men having sex with men, and we have the overall population 1,572. So this is the impact of this implementation as well. We have this another patient as well. We do not want the patient to be there at all times, specifically just waiting for all of their medications. And just saying that all of these achievements have been just in terms of the care that has been provided, the way to just really get or really start early in the treatment and home delivery, and the fact that we can also incorporate data as a country, and also the fact that we have challenges as well. And what else? We have some confirmation of tests. We do not do that in every test. We have 20 laboratories, and we're talking about the fact that we are confirming all of that, and also trying to decentralize this retroviral as well, to have this opportunistic aspect, and all of this comes from HMQ. And then we have the surveillance monitoring of patients, just trying to have the systems as well. And we know that this is the type of file that we're using as well. And what we're trying to do is to have this interoperativity as well amongst the different systems. And this is for us to be able to just coordinate and consolidate the information. And we're also just really going to provide all of this sexual transmission as well, and to strengthen the different strategies of the tests that have been indicated by the vendor, and also timely reference for us to be able to start with this retroviral therapy. And we're just beginning to incorporate as well all of these rep or risk populations, and we're just beginning. So we have our own guidelines in 2021. They were a little bit more advanced with prep, but the institute this year is about to begin, and hopefully we can incorporate all of this. So these are just all of the different challenges that we have had to face, and well, we just hope to continue moving forward just little by little. And well, we know that patients feel a little bit more comfortable, and also the fact that we can have some goals and objectives that are very nice. So I appreciate your attention. Thank you so much. Okay, so thank you very much, Dr. Cabrera. That's a nice explanation. But also, I saw a lot of faces, a lot of people were writing down a lot of things. I know that we're going to have questions and answers. So, yes, at least I know that we have a colleague. So, please go ahead. So, hopefully, yes, can you hear me there? Okay, perfect. Good afternoon. Rene from El Salvador, just like our colleague. So, thank you so much for your presentation. It was very interesting. I have two questions for you. The very first one, as part of the mechanisms that we have, what is the way to decrease the communication barriers that also have an impact on stigma and discrimination of people living with HIV? That's the very first question that I have. The second question, I'm going to raise it right now, and that's what are the challenges? So I'm asking these questions because you were just telling us that you just began with the PrEP scheme in El Salvador. I was a PrEP user in El Salvador before I came to my doctorate study, and we did not have any issue with PrEP, and we only have to just really talk about some risk protocols as well, and then you just include all of that as part of the PrEP, and then in the case of the insurance, then I understand that all of this is related specifically for HIV discordant patients as well. Now, concerning this community and everything that we know that we have had a little bit more strength when it comes to the treatment, but we have not really focused on prevention. But little by little, we have really improved our attention services. We're having more educational components more than anything, but we have this family planning clinics, we have dental hygiene or oral hygiene in general, TB. Just little by little, at each medical unit, we have a team that is just intended to just really provide a service to this program. And we're really emphasizing on home care as well. This is not as frequent, but we know that these teams are going to really come close to patients who have interrupted their treatment for them to be able to incorporate this and to be able to just really put everything together. Now, concerning PrEP, yes, we do really get this antiretrovirals through PNUD and the PAHO. So what we do is that we do planning, and PrEP was not something that was already established at the hospital. At the HMQ clinic, it is not a medication that was planned, it was not incorporated. But yes, as of this year, we just initiated just by doing all of this. So we're gonna have serodiscordant patients, and we're gonna just go with the partner. If the partner does not wish to just use or wear a condom, then they're gonna get the PrEP. But then we just begun, so we know that these are the guidelines that we're gonna have 2021. We have this pre-exposure prophylaxis. Thank you so much, doctor. Thank you so much for coming as well. It is very interesting as well. I still have some questions. I have some other invitations to make to all of you. So the very first question is specifically, like we mentioned, this is patient monitoring and follow-up, specifically those patients that leave their treatment. in case they show some sort of lack of adherence. So I just wanted to ask you, how does it work? That's the very first question. The second question is regarding the coordination that we have at a second level, and also knowing if there is some sort of care, first level care, or if that refers to a first possible detection of an HIV case, and also the reference that we have in terms of infectology, or if you have really considered just really somehow, I don't know, believe to just really provide care in all of this regards, first level treatment. That's what we're trying to assess, prescription. What else? Also, I wanted to ask you if in El Salvador, in the ministry or in the institute, you have started with some tests. Have you implemented tests? Because we're trying to think about the medical elements that we know that have impacted on very positively, specifically around 95%. And we also are trying to see this the medicalization of the IH, and also what we also mentioned, and how is that going. Lastly, in addition to just really asking these questions that are mainly focused on these three aspects, I just wanted to just really provide all of this assistance specifically to continue working with the conference. And please, if you have any sort of ideas for us to be able to strengthen the prep, because we know that it is also just beginning, if we can, of course, help you and provide you with knowledge, both as an institute or as a conference, for us to really make this prep implementation process more agile, not only for serodiscordant tests, but in general for whoever requires it. And that's what Oscar Rene was mentioning as well. I really appreciate his words, his comments. And lastly, I know that we're talking about a lot of things, so I also wanted to invite you to please provide information to the extent possible. We're trying to build a monitor. Specifically, this is to provide care in terms of HIV for the whole continent. This is really important for us to understand because this is going to help us compare ourselves. We can always really check the numbers, the statistics, and how we're doing in terms of things, and just to really step up the step up and continue accelerating everything that we're doing, and just, well, we know that we need to continue deciding and doing a lot of things, and we need to continue following up as well, and just to have information firsthand. So I just appreciate your help. Thank you. All right, so I will try to just remember your questions. The very first one was related to treatment interruptions. So this was very difficult to us because we did not have information. We have incorporation when it comes to the different records. We were able to see what was the outlook of those patients who had this treatment interruption as well. Because sometimes in less than 28 days, so to see specifically, and after 28 days as well, we just really started calling patients. And well, we had a patient, let's say patients who died, people who did not want to go there. And then over the past year, we recovered 58 patients, so they were already reincorporated part of the HMQ clinic. And this is work. Of course, it's difficult for one or two persons, but little by little, we're just really expanding the number of persons we have and that are going to just help us. And well, we're even going to provide healthcare services at home if needed. But we have a route for us to just really bring patients back. And definitely, we know that the Social Security patient is a patient that works and is a patient that if they do not want to just do all things, we need to respect the patients as well. So we're going to have this third level. The institute as well has an advantage as well. So we have this antiretroviral as well. And well, we can just really work hand in hand with the infectologist. We do not have infectologists in the first level as well. And the first level of attention is going to create a diagnosis, and they're going to submit all of this to the four clinics. And that's where infectologists are going to begin with their antiretroviral therapy. So, what we're trying to do is to decentralize the fact that patients are going to go for them to get their medication. And what we do as well is that we work in the different pharmacies. And for instance, if we know that patients are at the north, if there is an HIV clinic, then the patient is going to provide their information. Then we're going to see some transfers across the different pharmacies. So what happens is that we're going to see all of these dispatches for that patient. So we're going to see that the patient does not need to go to the capital city, to El Salvador, and it's going to be easier for them. So if the patient really accepts, they're going to be taken and they're going to have the medication as well. So we know that patients, not all patients, really would like to have this antiretroviral at home. They rather just really work at the clinic, for instance. Next one, please. So we as a country, we do not have a vendor. There is no provider as such, but we know that we, as Minsal, we do get donations, and they would just do their own test. And for instance, like I already mentioned, I already talked to other colleagues who are here as well. In November 27, we had a journey, meaning a day where we had 71 self tests. Out of that, we did not see any positive one. However, these were donated by INSAF. So we, as an institute, for us to be able to get a test, and then we had a sanitary registration, and then, or at least some sort of marketing authorization. But now, as a country, then we can do all of that. Right, so we were talking about this information registration that's nationwide. This is going to be disaggregated in the social security, in INSAL as well, and all of them are in the same submit database as well. We appreciate it. Thank you so much. And we're going to hand over the diploma. We apologize because we do no longer have the time, so we're going to finish with the Q&A session. Thank you so much, Dr. Cabrera. So we're going to give you your certificate. Thank you so much. All right, so we're going to provide you with your certificate. Thank you so much. It has been such an honor, such a pleasure. Good morning, everyone. My name is Enrique. I am the Executive Director of the National Commission. Please stand up. That's nice. So we need to continue. Right now we have a video, but I will pass the floor to Mr. Miguel Ángel Ramírez. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yes. Very briefly, I'm just going to read the curriculum of Mr. Enrique José Romero. He is the Executive Director of the National AIDS Commission in Belize. He used to serve as a monitoring and evaluation official in the institution. He also got a degree in business by the University of Belize and a master's degree in economics by the University of Quintana Roo. He was not able to join us here, but he shared a video that we are going to play right now. Good morning, everyone. My name is Enrique Romero. I am the Executive Director of the National AIDS Commission in Belize, and I'm a Technical Secretary of the Coordinator Mechanism of the country in Belize, the MECP Belize. The National AIDS Commission has the mandate to facilitate, coordinate, and survey all of the activities that are related to HIV and TB in Belize. The Commission also serves as a coordinating mechanism for subventions of the World Forum The Commission is directly responsible before the Office of the First Minister. The Commission consists of 17 voting members who represent the government, the civil society, key populations, the private sector, church uh, coordination. We also have the participation and representation of the opposing party. What's our vision for 2030? Belize as well. We have the HIV, and we expect to just extend the life quality of people with HIV and to provide support to the family of these people. Significantly speaking, we need to decrease and minimize discrimination against key populations and vulnerable staff based on a coordinated response based on human rights. So, in this chart, I intend to show you the first causes of death in Belize. And in number 7, we have AIDS related deaths. And AIDS is one of those deaths that is caused by HIV. It's one of the top 10 causes of death in Belize. This information comes from the Ministry of Health of Belize. So we still have HIV. I just wanted to talk about the highly impacted on populations as well, and we have TB. So we have men who are having sex with men, and we have a study as well of the Ministry of Health. And well, a couple of years ago, we were told that 2 every 3 HIV infections will take place, and they're going to be part of HCH. So this population has reported to have multiple partners. And then the prevalence of HIV, HCH, is about 13.9% when compared against the HIV prevalence, which is about 1.9%. So, also as part of the mode of transmission, we were told that about 20% of the new infections, HIV infections, will take place because of heterosexual sex caused by people from 15 to 24 years old. Also, another affected population, people with HIV, including co-infection of HIV and TB. And also in the study, we know and that half of the people with HIV who begin treatment, that is antiretroviral treatment, do not remain in their treatment 12 months after that. And after that, colleagues, I'm going to share with you a slide where you're going to be able to see the challenge that we have as a country, one of these challenges. So that's the type of care that we see. So we see the map of Belize. We have HIV statistics. Belize has a population of a little bit more of 400,000 inhabitants. Like I mentioned in a previous slide, we have an HIV prevalence in the country of 1.9%. This is one of the prevalences that is the highest in the Central American region and the Caribbean as well. In the last decade, the new cases of HIV have ranged from 220 to 250 annual cases. We're talking about new cases. And this is quite alarming in our case because so this is not a large population, 250 annual cases, which is very, very high. And also AIDS-related deaths have been from 5 to 505, 100 to 100 to 105 persons. This is unacceptable as well. So, like I said, this is not really a large population again, so we should really do better, but this is the reality in our country at the time. If we take a look at the map, we have the different Belize districts in blue. We have Cayo in blue and San Ignacio. Belize, Belize, Cayo, and Stanquick. Sorry, it's misspelled. Kai Eastern Creek. These are the destinations that have the highest number of HIV cases all over the country. So again, Belize is in the southern part, Cayo is in green, and Tancrica is from red to orange. This has been the case over the past, well, actually from the very beginning of the epidemics in Belize, AIDS epidemics. If we take a look of the UNAIDS 1990 by 2020, we see as well that as well epidemics as well. We need to have 90% of the people who estimate that they live with HIV that they are diagnosed. 90% of the people have been diagnosed and they have also been retained in terms of care provided. And then the third one is 90% of the people who have been retained in terms of care. So we have this barrel load. These are the 90, 90, 90. By 2025, we're 20 minutes away. So in Belize, this is the estimation data. This is by UNAIDS, and we were talking about the fact that we have 3,501 persons living with HIV in Belize. Out of that number, we have 82% in 2,080 persons who have been diagnosed and who are aware of their HIV status. So, in this pillar, we have this load as well. We have the block as well. We have 298 persons who are aware of their situation. We have 1,000. So we have the last block specifically in terms of our load from 1,562 persons that have been also as well. So we have about 51%, which amounts to 790 persons, and they have obtained a viral load suppression. So whenever we talk about viral load and retention, so this is what we do specifically with what we have, and we have the 90-90-90 goal. And also, we take a look at the information of Belize. We have the 90-90-90 UNAIDS. So this is figure number 12 as well. These are the new cases that have been diagnosed by gender, by district, and these are not 2020 pieces of information as well. So we have Cayo, Stand Creek as well. These are the different states as well with the different cases of HIV. And we have Belize, and we have more women who have been infected with HIV. In El Cayo, we have more men than we have more men than women, and well, everything is pretty much even. I would say a little bit more men than women who have been diagnosed with HIV. So this is a type of information that we're going to do as well, and this is the type of diagnosis that we have as well. We have a range of beliefs as well, and over half of the cases that year as well. And that's what we have as part of the COVID pandemic. So it was a little bit low. That's the average that we have. Just like we mentioned a couple of minutes ago, in 2020 we were talking about 130 cases, and over half of those cases took place, infections took place in people who were from 20 to 39 years old. We had men, women, and so we have to use this information for strategic decisions as well, specifically for the HIV/AIDS. And we know that a large part of the population has been mainly infected and affected as well by HIV and TB in Belize. So I also wanted to just really tell you that the data that we have from the Data Institute as well, statistics as well in Belize, they are just telling us that 52% of the Belize population are people who are young, who are in that young age range. We have a large young population, and fortunately, we know that data is showing that new HIV infections are taking place amongst the young. Activities, innovative activities as well, and then we are just really trying to have more implementation through the current World Fund subvention that we have as a grant, 3 million American dollars as well, and we're also implementing self tests, HIV test or a quick. We're also implementing prophylaxis before exposure, which is also named or called as PrEP. We have pair navigators, which are part of communities as well, and this is for us to expand also HIV treatment and also viral load suppression in patients. And this is also something that we're going to just try to do as well. We have several months of antiretrovirals as well, and this is the Ministry of Health and Well-being. This is for us to be able to just really go to these antiretrovirals as well. And this is for us to be able to do all of that on a monthly basis, but this has to be done 3 months in a row and then 6 months in a row. So this is something that we need to also suppress. And these are the public healthcare centers, and specifically to prevent discrimination and stigma, to eradicate them. It's a way to protect as well people from the different key populations. We are also just really trying to have this strategy that is mainly focused on the client, and we are about to begin with this biological and behavioral surveillance in a comprehensive manner to achieve populations, men having sex with men and trans people in Belize. And this is for us to be able to have this HIV prevalence in these two populations. All of this, like we mentioned, this is the fund that we have through a 3 million as well, and this is what we do from 2022, and then we're going to finish in December 31st next year in 2024. Now the AIDS Commission has been also dealing with 2023 as well. This is specifically the Equality Commission, where we're trying to eradicate discriminatory practices against people from key populations, such as HCH, or men having sex with men, and or M2M. And also, the Commission interesting has also held meeting with the stakeholders as well. And we have the Human DTH Trust, which is a non-profit organization from the UK. They have also been providing support for the um, HIV project. This is going to be a draft bill that is going to be soon passed by the House of Representatives and at the Senate or the higher chamber or at least by next year. And also to talk about the World Fund grant, like I mentioned, it's worth $3 million, and then we're going to have this implementation from 2022 to 2024. And like I already mentioned, this is a grant that is going to be mainly focused on key populations such as men having sex with men, trans people, based on the HIV prevalence in the country and the epidemiological profile. Now, what are the challenges that we are going to have in Belize? Obviously, one of the main challenges is that we're going to reach the goals as well. Men having sex with men, trans people as well. And despite the fact that there are strategies to really get to those populations, it has been very difficult. And also, we need to be empathetic and to discuss and talk with M2M and trans people. And we're about to reach our goals. We're very close, specifically when it comes to this population. And also, we have discussed different strategies. Unfortunately, we have not been able to really reach the number of people who have been planned. And lastly, this is my last slide. This is the communication campaign that we have. This is how we talk about the use of condom and PrEP and the fact that we all need HIV tests as well and PrEP. And we were also talking about hepatitis B and also just taking the test for these other 12 ETSs or ITSs as well. So we're talking about a communication campaign with disinformation as well. We have the TV, the radio in English and Spanish for people to be more aware of the prevention part. And with that, I just wanted to thank you, to thank everyone. Thank you so much for just giving us the chance to share a little bit of my presentation as well in terms of just my presentations in Belize. Thank you once again. And we're going to be in contact as well for us to be able to collaborate with some activities in Belize and also for us to be able to continue learning also new practices that are being just really just put to test in our different neighboring countries. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Enrique Jose Romero. Thank you so much for just really trying to just putting the effort to give a presentation in Spanish. And with this, we are finished with today's panel, and we would like to invite you to please take part in the plenary session in the auditorium that is called 3 Decades of Experience in Retroviral Therapy 2030 Vision by Dr. Joel Galland. That began 8 minutes ago, so let's just rush into that. Thank you.